Chapter 1447. Soon after, Du Xiaofu returned to the courtyard where he lived with his drunkard father. Even when Du Xiaofu was not around, the courtyard still retained its original appearance. From his uncle, Du Xiaofu learned that his younger sister, Xiaojing, had also come to this courtyard and stayed for a long time. "Xiaojing, you're finally back." In the courtyard, Du Xiaofu softly muttered to himself. It was as if he could still feel the aura that had yet to dissipate. After a while, Du Xiaofu went to look at the grass of immortality and dark insight grass with interest. Outside the Du family, runes filled the air and multicolored light soared into the sky. The heaven and earth energy gathered, an entire stone city was nurtured into a land of treasures. In just a few short years, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the stone city was already comparable to those enormous sects and ancient great sections. From this, one could see how abnormal the grass of immortality and dark insight grass were. Brother Xiaofu, Uncle Xiaofu, many of the Du family's younger generation gathered together and found Du Xiaofu. They were like followers. Some of the children, who were only a few years old, had to call Du Xiaofu uncle. They had heard about Du Xiaofu since they were young. He was a legendary existence in their hearts. At this moment, they stared at him and raised their heads in curiosity. There were also some children who had snot flowing from their noses. However, each of them looked dignified with purple lightning flickering in the depths of their eyes. The Du family was no longer the same as before. These younger generations had been nurtured since they were young. In addition to the awakening of the Du family's lightning martial vein, they were already exceptionally outstanding at such a young age. "Let's go. Uncle will bring you to the back of the mountain to play," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. With a sweep of the long sleeve of his purple robe, he instantly became the king of the children. He led a group of little brats, followed by quite a few teenage boys and girls, and entered the back of the mountain in a grandiose manner. In the past, Du Xiaofu and Fu Yibai fiddled around the back of the mountain. They climbed trees to dig out bird nests, caught fish in the water, and captured beasts on the mountain. Now, Du Xiaofu brought a group of children up the mountain. It was as if the entire back of the mountain was about to be overturned. These children were not ordinary children. Even those who still had snot flowing from their noses had the terrifying strength to smash boulders and pull trees with their fists. "Children, go and catch some beasts. Uncle will roast meat for you." Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, completely mixing with this group of little brats. "Rumble! Awoo!" As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the wild beasts roared all over the mountain. They screamed and ran in all directions. The rumbling sound resounded through the entire mountain, as if the entire mountain was about to be overturned. "I want to eat that big bird." A little girl with snot running down her nose picked up a rock with her chubby little hand and threw it into the air with all her might. A huge bird with a wingspan of several meters was knocked unconscious by the rock and fell to the ground. Roar! A black pig that was several zhang in size, which was a demonic beast, was lifted into the air by a few 5- or 6-year-old children. Bang, bang! The black pig finally smashed into the ground, causing gravel to fly everywhere and the ground to tremble. After a few rounds, it was actually thrown to its death by the few brats. With the current density of heaven and earth spirit chi in the stone city, the back of the Du family's mountain had already attracted many spiritual birds and beasts. However, at this moment, they were being tossed around by these children. They roared and ran away when they saw those brats. Not long after, the group of brats carried many demonic beasts and birds and placed them in front of Du Xiaofu as if they were presenting treasures. "Good, I'll roast some meat for you guys." Du Xiaofu smiled and ordered everyone to remove the fur and skin. Then he started to roast the meat with the group of brats surrounding him. The commotion at the back of the mountain also attracted everyone's attention. It also attracted Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoman, Yi Zijin, Ouying Shuang, and the others. They all looked at the scene in astonishment from afar. What is this guy trying to do? Could it be that he received some kind of shock outside and became stupid? Ouyang Shuang leaned against a big tree and looked at Du Xiaofu, who was surrounded by a group of brats. Her big eyes and beautiful eyes became more and more puzzled. It's a little strange, but he should know what's going on, Yizijin said. It smells so good. I want to eat some too. Du Xiaoqing did not care. She had already smelled the fragrance of the meat and immediately ran over. After a while, the fragrance of the meat filled the air. The group of brats ate heartily and cried out loudly. In the end, Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoman, and Yi Zijin could not hold back. Although they were a little embarrassed to snatch the meat from the brats, they could not resist the fragrance of the meat. In the blink of an eye, it was already dusk. The sun was setting in the west, and the curtain of night gradually fell. The group of brats had already eaten until their stomachs were round and round. They could not even walk, and all of them were burping. Big sister, call all the people in the family who have not reached the foundation establishment stage to come to the back of the mountain. Du Xiaofu patted his dusty robe and said to Yi Zijin, also call the Yi and by families, as well as the descendants of the Huang country's royal family who have not reached the foundation establishment stage. If there are any outstanding juniors in the Shi city, bring them over too. After a while, Du Jinwu and Du Zhixiong brought many young men and women to the back of the mountain of the Du family. Almost all of these young men and women were called out while they were in seclusion. Most of the Du family's descendants, who were the main characters, had already been brought to the back of the mountain by Du Xiaofu. There were also some outstanding young men and women from the Shi city who were about to cultivate at night. They were directly brought to the palace by the people sent by the Du family. When these young men and women entered the back of the mountain of the Du family, they were all very nervous. However, when they saw the Rock Emperor and the super experts who usually appeared in and out of the palace, their blood boiled. Not long after, Yi Baolin by Jiru and some of the Huang country's royal family personally brought many of their descendants to the back of the mountain of the Du family. What is the president doing? Is Xiaofu going to help those young ones reach the foundation establishment stage? The commotion attracted the attention of the experts from the Du family and the world society, and they all went to the back of the mountain. Even Zhen Qingchen, master apothecary, Yi Wuming, Yi Piaoling, solitary sword king, golden condor king, Li Shui, and the others gathered at the back of the mountain. Fourth elder Jialo Yi, fifth elder Jialo Yuantu, Guqin demon, and the others had also appeared at the back of the mountain of the Du family. They were sizing up the Du family's juniors with interest. Rumble. After a while, the large cauldrons rumbled and emitted bursts of rumbling sounds. Roar. The roars of demonic beasts could be heard from the large cauldrons, as if they were trying to open the cauldrons. Phantoms of ferocious beasts appeared. All of them were demonic beasts on the heavenly beast ranking. They roared as if they were about to rush out and soar into the sky. The terrifying aura and roars were deafening and resounded throughout the stone city. The surrounding people were dumbfounded and shocked. The large cauldrons were densely packed. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had dripped the blood essence of demonic beasts into them. Even the blood essence of Guqin Demon's Mount, Savage Condor, and Sky Moon Venomous Spider were not spared by Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's goal at this moment was to help the Stone City's juniors who had yet to build their foundations. For the Du family, the foundation, establishment pill, and the like were already extremely common. The blood essence of these demonic beasts was at least of the honorable realm on the heavenly beast ranking. The large cauldrons rumbled and runes soared into the sky. The energy fluctuations were so intense that it almost froze the space. It was ferocious and mysterious. At this moment, if the 9 great forces of the middle ground were here, their eyes would be red with envy. Not to mention the central continent, even in the entire 9 continents, there was no power that could take out so much blood essence of demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list. Moreover, It was at least the blood essence of demonic beasts of the revered realm and above to help their juniors build their foundation. If this was in the 9 great forces, only the top disciples would have such qualifications and opportunities. Now, in front of Du Xiaofu, all the juniors in the Stone City who had yet to build their foundations had such qualifications and opportunities. It's all the blood essence of demonic beasts on the heavenly beast ranking. All of them. We're rich. These little guys have such great opportunities. Due to the influence of the Du family, Yi Baolin and the other experts of the Du family had also widened their horizons. At this moment, seeing the roaring shadows and knowing the origin of the blood essence, they couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Oh my God, just how much of this terrifying blood essence did the president get? Golden-scaled ancient lion, savage condor, desolated sky leopard, and silver-blood leopard king. Damn, is that a phoenix? No, it's a 9-headed phoenix. Is that a white tiger? Not exactly, but it's close. Oh my God, there's also an ancient heavenly bear. Among the 18 heavenly guards, Mo Qianxuan, Wen Yichen, Muruabai, and the others were all flabbergasted. They couldn't help but gasp. Any of the demonic beasts on the heavenly beast ranking was an absolutely terrifying existence. It's very painful to build one's foundation. The more powerful the demonic beast's blood essence is, the more painful it will be. Are you scared? Du Xiaofu looked at the juniors of the various large clans on the back of the mountain. His voice reverberated. Uncle Xiaofu, we're not scared. The group of brats from the Du family were the first to speak. They knew that the stronger the demonic beast's blood essence was, the more beneficial it would be for building one's foundation. With this as the spirit of their veins, how powerful would they be in the future? Rock Emperor, we're not scared either. In the future, we want to become as strong as the Rock Emperor. What's there to be afraid of? The youths of the various large clans were unwilling to be left behind and responded loudly. Not scared, then let's begin. Du Xiaofu smiled maliciously and waved his hand to signal for them to begin. Plop, plop. Immediately the men and women separated. The little guys were like pebbles as they threw themselves into the large cauldron. They began to use the demonic beast's blood essence to build their foundation and condense their own powerful veins. Dulan, Du Xiaoba, Du Dazhuang, Du Xiaozhuang, and that brat of yours. That's right, you little fatty. And you, brat, come here. Du Xiaofu called out to the brats of the Du family and the disciples of the Yi, Bai, and Qin families. He said, Do you dare to be more painful than the others? Second uncle, I'm not scared of pain. A kid with snot raised his little head and said affirmatively to Du Xiaofu. His eyes flickered with lightning. My apologies, everyone. I've been updating 12,000 words every day for the past few days. I'm really tired. I went to bed yesterday afternoon after updating the 3rd chapter. I overslept and only woke up at 2 in the morning. Now that I'm making up for it, there must be some brothers and sisters waiting for the 4th chapter yesterday. Chapter 1448. He was Tyrant Du, the one who ate the most barbecued meat in the afternoon. He looked to be 4 or 5 years old and spoke with a childish voice. However, he carried a few demon pigs back by himself. We're not afraid either. The remaining boys and girls all nodded their heads in affirmation. Stone City was originally a place that revered martial arts. They who grew up in Stone City were not spoiled at all. That's good. Du Xiaofu smiled and was very satisfied. He prepared a few more cauldrons. Du Xiaofu handed the girls to Du Xiaoman, Ouyang Shuang, and Yi Zijin. The blood essence of demonic beasts that Du Xiaofu had used were different from the ones he had selected. The last demon blood essence that was used was the purest Peng blood that Du Xiaofu asked Jialo Jueo, Jialo Juekong, and the others before returning from the Golden Rock clan. This was no ordinary Peng blood. Jialo Juekong, Jialo Jueo, and the others were all peak existences in the Golden Rock clan. Chirp, chirp, the Golden Rock shadow roared, and the surrounding beasts had to prostrate themselves. Golden Rock's blood essence, heavens, this is going to torture the ancient sects and huge sects in Kyushu to death. Chi Guiyu, Qianling, Yang Yiji, Yuan Hanli, and the others were all completely shocked. Even the blood essence of the golden winged pang was used to refine one's body. In the entire 9 continents, which sect would be able to take it out? If anyone compared to the Du family who used demon blood essence to refine their foundation, they were definitely looking for trouble. Chirp chirp. At this moment, Zhan Qingchen, Master Apothecary Yi Wuming, Eagle King, Gong Dao, and the others didn't say anything. They only looked at the roars of the beasts on the back mountain. The roars shook the night sky, the runes shone brightly, and the shadows of countless beasts on the heavenly beast list appeared. Their throats were dry, and they swallowed their saliva. It hurts, it hurts. Father, mother, I'm going to die from the pain. Not long after, the entire mountain was filled with the miserable cries of devilish children. The pain of the foundation, establishment, baptism, and body tempering was definitely not ordinary. Any type of demonic beast's blood essence was extremely terrifying, especially the group of brats from the Du family. They finally understood why their uncle Xiaofu made them eat so much meat during the day. It turned out that it was hellish torture at night. However, even though all of the devilish brats were screaming miserably, they still stubbornly held on, clenching their teeth as they resisted. At this moment, the one who was in the most miserable state was Du Xiaoba. The blood essence that Du Xiaofu gave to this milk baby was none other than the blood essence of the Lesser Sovereign, Nirvana, Jialo Jui. It went without saying just how terrifying Jialo Jui's blood essence was. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's expression was also extremely solemn. He stared with all his attention, fearing that Du Xiaoba would not be able to resist. However, Du Xiaofu was very clear in his heart that once this milk baby was able to withstand the baptism of Jialo Juyu's blood essence and condense his own meridian spirit, his future could be imagined. He would be able to do whatever he wanted in the entire 9 regions. Hold on. At this moment, Du Chong was also very nervous. Du Xiaoba was his son. Elder Jialo Yi and Elder Jialo Yuantu were watching from afar. If it was someone else who used the blood essence of the golden-winged Great Peng clan to establish their foundation, they would definitely intervene and even exterminate the entire clan. The things of the golden-winged Great Peng clan were not to be touched by anyone. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was here, so they turned a blind eye. There are quite a few good seedlings among these children. Elder Jialo Yuantu looked at the children who were clenching their teeth and resisting inside the cauldron. Even with their vast experience and knowledge, they were also moved. The Du family has a few talented children. I'm afraid that they are comparable to the 9 great clans. Soon, this small place will shock the world. Elder Jialo Ye's eyes glowed with golden light. The talent of the Du family's children had also shocked him. Coupled with the current training, it wouldn't be long before these little brats would be able to rush out of Stone City and dominate the world. That night, the entire Stone City was sleepless. The roars of beasts shook the heavens, and the rays of light were dazzling, illuminating the entire Stone City as if it was daytime. Phew! In the darkness before dawn, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and looked at Du Xiaoba, who had calmed down inside the cauldron. Du Xiaofu's body was already enveloped in purple electric arcs, and the surroundings were bursting with golden light. There seemed to be a huge shadow of the golden-winged Great Peng that was about to spread its wings and fly out. Only then did Du Xiaofu feel completely relieved. You can rest assured, this brat has succeeded. Du Xiaofu patted Du Chong's shoulder, knowing that he had been worried about his son. Du Chong was relieved. He knew that his son had obtained the strongest blood essence of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. That pressure made him feel like crawling. If it wasn't for the existence of the thunder martial vein in his body, he wouldn't have been able to resist at all. Thank you. Du Chong looked at Du Xiaofu and was very grateful. We are brothers, we are a family. This brat is also my nephew. Du Xiaofu smiled as if it was nothing. The miserable screams in the back of the mountain gradually subsided before dawn. In the entire Stone City, all the talented and suitable juniors had successfully entered the foundation establishment stage under the protection of the many top-notch experts around them. Success, they have all succeeded. Many elders in the surroundings were moved to tears. The desolate country's old kings and their juniors were also in the front. They were all extremely excited as they stood on the side. Greetings, Grandpa Xie. Greetings, old kings. Du Xiaofu tidied up and went to greet the old kings, especially the North Vanquishing King. In Du Xiaofu's heart, he had always been a close relative. It won't be long before my desolate country soars into the sky. The North Vanquishing King, the South Vanquishing King, and the East Vanquishing King were all excited and happy. Beside the North Vanquishing King, Xie Fei's beautiful figure was graceful. Her aura was like an orchid as she stood there quietly, revealing a boneless charm. Looking at the purple-robed youth in front of her, Xie Fei didn't say anything. She only smiled faintly. As she looked around, her beautiful eyes were filled with ripples. Phew! Suddenly, in the darkest night before dawn, a blood-red light seeped out from the heavens and earth. A terrifying evil chi filled the entire back of the mountain. It has become stronger again. The speed of the breakthrough is terrifying. Everyone looked up and looked at the source of the blood-red light. Many experts secretly exclaimed. That frightening bloody aura caused many of the experts present to tremble. The blood-red light slowly faded. In the blood-evil chi that filled the sky, a graceful figure appeared. Her bright red silk dress dragged on the ground. A few bright red hair ribbons wrapped around her beautiful black hair, outlining her beautiful figure. She was extremely seductive. Third young master. Her voice was soft and seductive. She smiled faintly. She was as elegant and clear as a budding lotus flower, but there was a hidden charm. She was a phantom. At this moment, Phantom's aura was that of a nirvana demon, venerable. During this period of time, the desolate country's World Society Army had even killed domain realm experts and countless venerable realm cultivators. The number of casualties in the army was more than hundreds of millions. All the blood, evil chi, and remnant souls were absorbed by her. Have you come out of seclusion? Du Xiaofu looked at Phantom. At this moment, his expression suddenly became serious. The blood-evil vines have penetrated into the evil spirits. However, Han Xie and Shou Sha are most likely dead. I hope that third young master can avenge them. Phantom spoke. The blood-evil chi on her body fluctuated. During this period of time, she had been absorbing all the nourishment to break through. She hoped that she could avenge Han Xie and Shou Sha. Han Xie and Shou Sha had died to cover her escape. If Han Xie and Shou Sha had not sacrificed their lives to cover her escape, she would not have had much of a chance to escape the last time. If they are most likely dead, there will be 10 times more people who will die with them. Du Xiaofu spoke. When he finished speaking, he looked up into the sky. The soles of his feet shone with golden light as he rose from the ground. His purple robe fluttered. In an instant, his entire body was covered with golden light as he stepped into the sky. At this moment, mysterious lightning runes started to flash out from the purple-robed figure's body and covered her entire body. A magnificent and desolate aura suddenly filled the air. Boom! When this magnificent and desolate aura gushed out, it made people feel as if they were facing an irresistible sovereign. An overbearing, murderous aura rippled through the sky. An aura that made people's souls palpitate caused all the experts present to be fearful. At this moment, in the back mountain of the Du family, the lightning martial veins in the Du family's disciples went out of control and covered their entire bodies. Bright purple lightning surged out from their eyes, and a terrifying aura swept out. What kind of past does the Du family have? The entire family is like this. They are definitely not ordinary. At this moment, the fourth elder Jalo Yi and the fifth elder Jalo Yuantu's faces changed when they felt the lightning martial veins in the Du family's bodies. With their eyesight, they were almost certain that the Du family was definitely not simple. Thinking about Du Xiaofu's Nirvana Grand Sovereign and all kinds of freaks, this was definitely not something that a small family could do. The Du family must have a shocking secret. The fifth elder Jalo Yuantu and the fourth elder Jalo Yi looked at each other and their faces changed. Rumble! At the same time, in the night sky before dawn, thunderclouds began to gather, and the rumbling of thunder could be heard. Suddenly, purple lightning filled the void, rising from the Du family and shooting out from the imperial palace, illuminating the entire vast stone city. What's wrong? What's happening now? In the stone city, countless people looked up and saw the sky full of purple lightning surging out. It was as if doomsday had arrived, causing people to tremble in fear. Under that vast supreme aura, all the living beings in the city knelt down. It's the Rock Emperor. Someone forced himself to look up and saw a purple-robed figure standing in the middle of the purple lightning, looking disdainfully in all directions. In the sky full of purple lightning, Du Xiaofu soared into the sky. In the magnificent and desolate aura, there was an unparalleled tyrannical aura. Stepping on a golden dragon, lightning flashed in the eyes of his resolute and determined face. A terrifying aura gathered, containing a great majesty. That was a supreme emperor's aura, revealing the supreme of heaven and earth. This pressure is too strong. I can't resist it. Under this terrifying pressure, even the super experts in the back mountain of the Du family found it difficult to resist and knelt down. Roar! Suddenly, from the desolate country's imperial palace, a dragon's roar shook the sky and a golden light rose up. Chapter 1449. It was a sword named Dominating Shadow. It was the barren country's golden dragon imperial seal, and also Du Xiaofu's natal seal. The royal one received the mandate of the heavens, and their imperial authority was bestowed by the heavens. They inherited the destiny of the country and received the blessing of the heavens and earth. They were blessed by the might of the heavens. At this moment, the dominating shadow flew out with the shadow of a golden dragon. The golden light was like a rising sun, emitting a mysterious and ancient aura. It affected the heavens and the earth, and its pressure spread across the entire stone city. The golden dragon's shadow coiled in the sky and resonated with the heavens and earth, forming a powerful force that shook the entire stone city. Finally, it connected with the dazzling purple thunder in the sky. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire sky rumbled and trembled. An endless amount of pressure spread across the sky, forming a strange phenomenon. Starting from the stone city, the strange phenomenon spread across the dark forest, the 8,000-li-long river, and the entire middle state. At this moment, the rivers boiled, the mountains shook, the ground cracked, and the tides in the sea surged. Then, under the countless shocked gazes of the stone city, a dazzling golden dragon shadow twisted the space and circled around Du Xiaofu. Its entire body was filled with an ancient and terrifying aura. It was a young man in a purple robe. The golden dragon circled around him like a saint, and the heavens were everywhere. The golden dragon shone brightly and contained a mysterious power. An endless amount of fate merged with the heavens and earth, resonating with the heavens and earth. It swept across the land with an earth-shattering force. At this moment, all living beings were trembling. Countless people's faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled. The purifying evil alliance attacked my barren country and killed my disciples. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Great Luin sect will pay with blood. Du Xiaofu spoke and connected with the golden dragon shadow. The ferocious dragon head spoke in unison. The dragon's roar was like thunder, and it shook the 9 heavens. The terrifying sound waves shook the heavens and earth. Along with the sound waves, a mysterious force spread from the heavens and earth. The terrifying power caused everyone to tremble. This was the Emperor's order and the dragon's words. It caused a strange phenomenon in the Stone City and allowed the heavens to descend. Chi-Chi, before dawn, in the Central State, there was an ancient sect that had been passed down for a long time, and a huge sect. An old figure appeared in the sky, his eyes releasing a bright light in the dark night. The Central State is about to change. The ancient voice reverberated above the ancient heavens sect before disappearing into the night sky. Within the dark forest, a dragon's roar reverberated. He's back! On a mountain peak stood many powerful youths. They were the general of Tianwu Academy, Gu Xinyan, and the others. Above the Stone City, strange phenomena occurred. Dragon roars shook the heavens and earth. The Rock Emperor is enraged. He's going to settle the score. Stone City was in an uproar. Just as everyone was waiting for the Rock Emperor's response to his return, the results finally came. The Rock Emperor was enraged and wanted the evil Purifying Alliance to pay with their blood. He hasn't changed. He's still that Demon King. The Emperor ordered Long Yen. He is furious to the extreme. At the back mountain of the Du family, all the experts were dumbfounded. During the day, they had thought that Du Xiaofu was a little abnormal. Only now did everyone realize that the Demon King had been suppressing himself during the day and had only completely erupted at this moment. This anger shook the mountains and rivers and caused the heavens and earth to change color. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Great Luan sect would pay with their blood. The Demon King was clearly going to kill his way to the Great Luan sect. The enormous golden dragon's shadow seemed to cover the sky. The pressure it exuded was enough to destroy everything. However, the purple lightning that filled the sky soon dissipated. In the air, purple-gold lightning surged from the eyes of the purple-robed youth. He landed on the ground and looked at Li Shui. I have some news. Moon Shadow Hall. Help me send it to the Shang Prefecture and Tianhuang Continent as soon as possible. Don't delay. Du Xiaofu handed a few jade slips to Li Shui. Arrange it immediately. Li Shui nodded, and her figure suddenly disappeared in the morning light that was gradually getting brighter. As Li Shui disappeared, dozens of voice transmission jade slips appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. He formed a hand seal, and the dozens of voice transmission jade slips floated in front of him. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the situation in the Middle Continent will change. The Great Luan sect will be bathed in blood. Don't be late. Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, and the dozens of voice transmission jade slips cracked before turning into powder and drifting down. Seeing this, everyone's eyes moved. Looking at Du Xiaofu's movements, it was not difficult for them to know that Du Xiaofu was notifying the various forces to help. I'm afraid the Great Wheel sect is doomed. Only the Guqin demon and his mount knew that Du Xiaofu was notifying those terrifying fellows. If those terrifying fellows appeared in the Middle Continent at the same time, the entire Middle Continent would change completely. Third brother, do we need to make any preparations? Du Yunlong stepped forward. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and his aura was sharp and murderous. No need to make any preparations. Du Xiaofu faintly smiled and strode toward the 18 celestial guards. He stood in front of Yi Piaoling and Qin Guyu and looked at Jiang Yinfeng, Yang Yizhi Muruabai, and the other newcomers. The newcomers are all brothers who have gone through fire and water together, said Yi Piaoling. His figure was slender and his eyes were piercingly sharp. His black robe fluttered in the morning breeze. Greetings, President. Mu Ruabai and the others recovered from their shock. That pressure just now made them realize how strong this young president was. No need for formalities. Du Xiaofu waved his purple robe with a majestic aura. He looked at the 18 celestial guards in front of him, and his eyes were suffused with a golden brilliance. He seemed to be in deep thought. Then he asked Muruabai and the others, "Do you want to strengthen your physical bodies? If you can't bear it, then forget it." Hearing this, Muruabai and the others were pleasantly surprised. They all knew that the first brother, second brother, and third brother had their physical bodies strengthened by the president. That was why their physical bodies were so terrifying, especially the second brother's body, which was even more ferocious than ferocious beasts. "There's nothing that we can't bear. We can bear anything," Qianling said. They were all people who had been through life and death situations. Ordinary pain was nothing to them. "All right, come with me." Du Xiaofu nodded and turned to Zhen Qingchen, Master Apothecary, Yiwuming and Du Yunlong. "Brother Qingchen, Master Apothecary, second brother, I need to go into seclusion for a few days." "Go, we'll be outside." Zhen Qingchen nodded. Anyway, with Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao around, no one would dare to invade the desolate country. Moreover, the Great Will Sect and Spirit Sky Valley were probably uneasy now. They wouldn't be in the mood to attack the desolate country's World Assembly. A moment later, Du Xiaofu brought the 18 heavenly generals into the Du family's secret room. However, accompanying him were the silver-winged demonic condor, blue-flame scarlet leopard, subduing tiger mastiff, golden python, and many other peak demonic beasts of the heavenly beast hall. The mysterious flood dragon king, flame carp king, ice python king, and stone turtle king were all present. Roar! In front of the incomparably huge heavenly beast hall, 10,000 beasts roared in the vast plaza. A terrifying aura seemed to have passed through time and space. "What is this place?" The silver-winged demonic condor, subduing tiger mastiff, mysterious flood dragon king, and stone turtle king were all trembling in fear in front of this colossus. "Go! You'll have your own opportunities." Du Xiaofu waved his hand and disappeared. Boom! Within the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu formed a hand seal, and a 5-colored cauldron immediately condensed. A scorching aura surged, causing Qi Guiyu, Muruabai, and the others' minds to ripple. "Protective pill. It can protect your internal organs." "Who wants to go first?" Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, and a pill floated before him. "I'll go first." Yang Yiji went up and consumed the pill. He jumped into the cauldron without any hesitation. The moment he entered the cauldron, his clothes were reduced to ashes under the high temperature. The flames burned his body, and his hair stood on end. Not only did his skin shrivel up due to the intense pain, even the depths of his soul suddenly felt scorching pain. Arg! Even though he was unyielding and never frowned in a life and death situation, he could not help but cry out miserably at this moment. While Du Xiaofu was in seclusion, the entire Central Plains was in an uproar like never before. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Great Lewin sect would pay with blood. This news spread to every corner of the Central Plains like a storm. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is back! He's going to deal with the evil Purifying Alliance and the Great Lewin sect. That Demon King is really powerful. The Devil Religion and the Divine Light Court have been searching for him for so many years without finding him. Now that he's back, he's going to deal with the Great Lewin sect. The Great Lewin sect is a colossus. Even the Ancient Heaven sect doesn't dare to say they'll deal with them. That Demon King, Du Xiaofu, might be extraordinary, but that's only among the younger generation. Does he have the strength to deal with an ancient sect like the Great Lewin sect? Something big has happened among the younger generation. The Great Lewin sect has announced to the world that their holy son, Dongli Qihuang, has achieved nirvana. Nirvana? What's that? Nirvana. That's an existence that surpasses everyone. It's an existence that surpasses the heavens chosen. It's the sovereign of all living beings. In the entire Kyushu, no one has ever been able to achieve nirvana. It's so powerful and terrifying. Dongli Qihuang has actually reached such a height. I'm afraid he'll really become the #1 person among his generation in the Central Plains. The Central Plains was in an uproar. As the news of the Demon King Du Xiaofu's return spread, the news of Dongli Qihuang's nirvana also spread. Countless forces in the Central Plains were shocked. The Heavenly Snake sect was a mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. From time to time, a large number of pythons would appear. It was rumored that the Heavenly Snake sect's old ancestor had obtained the Snake clan's divine ability and established the Heavenly Snake sect, becoming one of the Central Plains overlords. Supreme Nirvana, the Eastern departing Scarlet Phoenix, is forcing us to make our final choice. In the ancient hall of the Sky Snake sect, an old man in his 50s had an extraordinary temperament. He had a gloomy expression as he murmured, "Fine. The hatred of my son's death is irreconcilable. That brat Du Xiaofu has returned. He's just relying on the ancient heaven sect. This time, we'll settle this once and for all. I didn't expect that brat Du Xiaofu to return. Didn't that old bastard Xinguang say that he's dead for sure?" Chapter 1450. In the Spirit Heaven Valley, a majestic old man said with a gloomy face and a cold glint in his eyes, "But this is also good. At least the item of Tianwu Academy has not fallen into the hands of others." Elder Bao, that Du Xiaofu said that he wants to deal with the evil purifying alliance and will go to the Great Luan sect on the 8th of the 8th month. "What should we do?" asked an old man who looked like he was in his 50s. I didn't expect that after the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix had reincarnated, it really did advance a step further. It's the nirvana of a supreme being. It's letting the Sky Snake sect and our Spirit Heaven Valley make the final decision. Ba Wu's face was gloomy. He knew what nirvana represented. He said to the old man beside him, "Whether it is for the item of Tianwu Academy or for the revenge of our Spirit Heaven Valley, we cannot let that Du Xiaofu go. The seniors of the valley have already discussed and replied to Dongli Qihuang. This time, we cannot let that brat Du Xiaofu go. Our Spirit Heaven Valley will do our best to help. You're back? It seems that the devil religion is only a name. They didn't even destroy you." In front of the courtyard, the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix stood there quietly. There was an indescribable charm about her. She exuded the aura of a supreme being. Her eyes were dazzling as if there were 7-colored thunderbolts flickering in them. She said, "The 8th day of the 8th month, 3 more months." Brother-in-law. Cheng Chao hurried over and landed beside Dongli Qihuang in a few flashes. He looked at Dongli Qihuang and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, I just received news from the Divine Light Court. Elder sister will be coming to the Great Luan sect soon. Shang Nan is finally going to show herself." Hearing this, Dongli Qihuang's body shone with a hazy light. His scarlet robe and golden hair fluttered. "The news says that elder sister will be coming to the Great Luan sect in the 8th month." Cheng Chao looked at Dongli Qihuang excitedly. With big sister's arrival, he would be able to continue his relationship with Dongli Qihuang. With such a stable relationship, his position as the sect leader of the Great Luan sect would be as stable as Mount Tai. Ever since he was young, Cheng Chao had always felt that he would soar into the sky sooner or later. Now that he was the leader of the Great Will sect, he had already proven that he was no ordinary person. "August, huh?" Dongli Qihuang's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Then he sneered and said, "August 8th. I'll let that brat live for another 3 months. At that time, I'll make him disappear from this world completely in front of Zhongzhou and Xingnan. He'll become my stepping stone. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Great Luan sect would pay with blood. Great Wheel sects Dongli Qihuang, a Nirvana paragon, surpassing Heaven's Chosen, a peerless talent." These 2 pieces of news spread like wildfire through Central Continent. Swish! A few days later, the door of the Du family's secret chamber opened. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. His face was rosy and his expression was calm. As soon as he walked out of the secret chamber, Du Xiaofu saw Ouyang Shuang. Looking at the tomboy who was becoming more and more troublesome, Du Xiaofu was about to speak. However, Ouyang Shuang rolled her eyes and said, Zhu Shui of the mysterious talisman sect is here to see you. As soon as she finished speaking, Ouyang Shuang turned around and left. Did I offend that tomboy? Du Xiaofu frowned. He was puzzled. Looking at that tomboy's expression, it seemed like he owed her a saint weapon. Greetings, Rock Emperor. After a while in the desolate country's palace, Zhu Shui became even more beautiful. Her eyebrows were curved and her face was as white as jade. She looked at the purple-robed young man in front of her and smiled. Her bright eyes were filled with joy. You can still call me like you used to. Du Xiaofu smiled. He then looked at Guoming, who was behind Zhu Shui, who was staring at him. He smiled and asked, Brother Guoming, don't you recognize me? I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Guoming didn't bother with pleasantries. He curled his lips and sighed. He said to Du Xiaofu, I want to know what level your cultivation has reached after all these years. However, I can't tell. Haha, everyone take a seat. Du Xiaofu smiled. At this moment, there were a few experts from the mysterious talisman sect following Zhu Shui and Guoming. Du Xiaofu glanced at the young man beside Zhu Shui. Du Xiaofu knew this young man. He had interacted with him in the savage Beast Mountain Range. It was Qin Yan. However, when he glanced at Qin Yan, Du Xiaofu's eyes slightly moved. Qin Yan seemed to be different from before. His aura was very powerful. Du Xiaofu felt a sense of déjà vu from him. This time, I'm here mainly to find out how confident the desolate country will be against the evil purifying alliance on the 8th day of the 8th lunar month. Also, the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix has already reached the Nirvana stage. Zhu Shui said directly. This was what the experts of the Profound Talisman sect wanted to know the most. Dongli Qihuang has achieved nirvana? Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes slightly twitched. He was really surprised. It's just a lesser sovereign's nirvana. It's nothing, someone said with disdain. He was very arrogant. He swaggered into the palace with a handsome face. He was Du Xiaoyao. Following behind him were Yi Zijin, Du Xiaoqing, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and others. Hearing that, the gazes of the people from the Profound Talisman sect all landed on Du Xiaoyao. The people from the Profound Talisman sect were not unfamiliar with Du Xiaoyao, and they were all secretly speechless. Miss Zhu Shui, this matter involves a lot of things. I will remember the kindness the mysterious talisman sect has shown me over the years. I will definitely repay you in the future. However, I don't have to accompany you this time. I don't know how confident I am, but a debt of blood must be paid with blood, Du Xiaofu said. Du Xiaofu knew that the mysterious talisman sect had helped him over the years. It must be this beautiful girl who had been helping him all this time. He was very grateful. However, Du Xiaofu didn't know how confident he was in dealing with the evil purifying alliance this time. Du Xiaofu wasn't an arrogant person. He didn't think that he had the ability to deal with the Great Luen sect just because he had achieved nirvana. After all, an ancient sect like the Great Luen sect had a deep foundation. It wasn't easy to defeat them in one fell swoop. However, Du Xiaofu knew that he wasn't the same as before. No matter how deep the foundation of the Great Luen sect was, it was still a world away from the golden-winged Great Rock clan. Du Xiaofu never thought of relying on the golden-winged Great Rock clan. However, there were some forces that could be borrowed. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. As for Dongli Qihuang, Du Xiaofu didn't care about the nirvana of a lesser sovereign. Even if it was the same nirvana of a greater sovereign, Du Xiaofu wouldn't be affected. This time, he didn't have to involve the mysterious talisman sect. Du Xiaofu knew that the mysterious talisman sect had been helping the desolate nation's world assembly all these years because of Zhu Shui's insistence. He didn't have any relationship with the other members of the mysterious Talisman sect. In order to deal with the evil Purifying Alliance, the Profound Talisman sect had sent Zhu Shui to ask about it. It wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that the Profound Talisman sect was worried about him. If he asked the Profound Talisman sect for help, Zhu Shui would definitely be under great pressure. Chapter 1451. No matter how confident you are, the Profound Talisman sect will definitely help you. I just want to say that although the Immeasurable sect, the Huijian sect, the Shindu Gate, and the Profound Underworld sect have already left the evil Purifying Alliance, the Great Lun sect, the Spirit Sky Valley, and the Sky Snake sect all have a huge foundation. You have to be prepared, Zhu Shui said. Hearing Zhu Shui's words, the elders of the Profound Talisman sect seemed to want to say something, but stopped. However, they did not say anything in the end. After all, they were still in the desolate country's imperial palace. I will be careful. Du Xiaofu had never underestimated the foundation of the Great Lun sect, the Sky Snake sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley. He then said to Zhu Shui, I will be going on a long trip during this period of time. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you in the desolate country. However, you can go anywhere in the desolate country, including here. It's okay. We can meet again in the future. Zhu Shui smiled faintly. She was extremely beautiful. Brother, are you going on a long trip? I want to go too. Du Xiaoqing was immediately interested. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Her smile was like the epiphyllum of the world, carrying a kind of holy beauty. I'll go too. Ouyang Shuang spoke after Du Xiaoqing. Her big eyes and beautiful eyes were serious. She did not have the intention to discuss with Du Xiaofu. She had already made her decision. At dusk, the sunset enveloped the stone city and shone on the Du family. Together with the sunlight outside the Du family, the light was dazzling like a divine radiance. Third brother, it will be the 8th of the 8th month in 3 months. Is it appropriate to go on a long trip now? Outside the Du family courtyard, Du Yunlong was worried. He said to Du Xiaofu, the Great Lun sect, the Divine Light Court, and the Devil Religion will not be quiet when they know that you are back. Second brother, you don't have to worry. I know what I'm doing. There are some places that I have to go personally. Otherwise, I'm afraid that some people will really think that the World Assembly of the Desolate Country is a place that anyone can target. Du Xiaofu said, reassuring second brother Du Yunlong and the others not to worry. He then turned to Jin Qingchen, Master Apothecary Yi Wuming, Eagle King, and the others and said, Brother Qingchen, I'll leave Stone Castle in your hands. Go ahead. I also need to refine some things in the next few months. Zhen Qingchen looked at the 4th elder and the 5th elder beside Du Xiaofu. He wasn't worried about Du Xiaofu at all. Boom! Du Xiaofu waved his hand and sent out 4 dazzling streams of light. Following a series of strange hissing noises, the noises seemed to be echoing in everyone's heads, enough to make their souls tremble. Even the space around them began to tremble. All of a sudden, 4 enormous creatures descended, accompanied by 4 extremely terrifying auras. The 4 colossal creatures that appeared in the sky above the Du family were all thousands of feet long and covered in dazzling runes. Upon closer inspection, there were 4 gigantic skeletons that seemed to be alive. All of them had an ancient aura. Heavens, those are the complete skeletons of the ancient viper, the 3-headed sea dragon snake, the blackwater mystical snake, and the ancient hook snake. Looking at the 4 colossal creatures in the sky, Master Apothecary Yi Wuming's eyes fluctuated violently. What a terrifying aura! Many experts of the Du family were shocked. The ancient viper, the 3-headed sea dragon snake, the blackwater mystical snake, and the ancient hook snake were the 4 peak existences of the snake clan. The complete skeletons of the ancient viper were extremely terrifying. The 4 skeletons hovered in the sky mysteriously. Their auras were very powerful. The skeletons were wrapped in dazzling runes, and their eyes were shining with a terrifying and empty light. These 4 skeletons were obtained by Du Xiaofu in the Heavenly Beast Hall's plaza. The 4 skeletons were at least at the Beast Region realm when they were alive, even though they were only skeletons now. After being refined by Spirit Sovereign Xingshou, their might was easy to imagine. The Violent Bear King, Ghost Chariot, and the others weren't a match for these 4 skeletons. Their strength was comparable to peak beast sovereigns, only below the Beast Region. Behind the 4 skeletons was a carriage that was dozens of feet long. It was densely covered in runes and inscribed with many formations. There was even the energy of a ferocious beast inscribed on it. This carriage was refined by Du Xiaofu in the ancient desolate space a few days ago. He thought about how the 5th elder, Jialo Kaling, and the others had flying treasures when they traveled. Even Huang Ling, and the others had powerful demonic beast carriages when they traveled. Although Du Xiaofu didn't lack mounts consumed a lot of energy. If it was too long, it would be quite disadvantageous. Hence, Du Xiaofu decided to refine a carriage. He thought that it would be suitable to have 4 skeletal puppets. This thing is really extraordinary, but it's a little too ostentatious. 5th Elder Jialo Yuanti looked at the carriage pulled by the 4 skeletons in the air. Naturally, he could tell that although the carriage looked simple, it wasn't ordinary at all. The carriage was clearly inscribed with powerful formations. Those below the martial domain realm couldn't even think about destroying the carriage. The 4 huge skeletons in front were also very eye-catching. It's fine to be a little ostentatious. This time, we might as well be a little more ostentatious, said Du Xiaofu. A dozen figures boarded the carriage. Then, the 4 skeletons roared and left. Wherever they passed, the wind and clouds surged. Within the stone city, countless people raised their heads and looked at each other in shock. This is too ostentatious. The Devil Religion, Great Will Sect, Divine Light Court, and others will probably take action. Master Apothecary, Yi Ming, was worried. After all, that guy had many enemies in the central province. Don't worry. Those who dare to do such a thing are more like courting death. Zhen Qingchun looked at the sky, not worried at all. Only he knew that the 4th elder and 5th elder of the golden-winged Great Pungbird clan were sitting on the carriage. Whoever dared to provoke the carriage was no different from courting death. The mysterious underworld sect, one of the 9 great forces of the central province, had an ancient inheritance and foundation. It had always been a colossus in the central province, and was also a cultivation, holy land in the hearts of countless cultivators. Countless people in the central province racked their brains to join the mysterious underworld sect. It was rumored that there were even people from the 8 provinces outside the central province who wanted to join the mysterious underworld sect. As one of the 9 great forces of the central province, the mysterious underworld sect had a vast territory and many small and medium-sized forces and empires. However, the foundation of the mysterious underworld sect was above the underworld lake. The central province's long river was 8,000 miles wide, but the underworld lake was countless rivers in the central province. Although it was called the underworld lake, it was more or less the same as the sea. The underworld lake was an extremely unique existence in the central province. It was rumored that the entire underworld lake was filled with the aura of the underworld. There was an ancient legend that the underworld lake was related to an ancient supreme expert. The founding ancestor of the mysterious underworld sect had comprehended the way under the underworld lake and became a supreme expert in one fell swoop. He stunned Kyushu and eventually founded the mysterious underworld sect, making it one of the 9 great forces of the central province. The closer one got to the center of the underworld lake, the stronger the aura of the underworld. However, the energy of heaven and earth gathered there and became a cultivation treasure land. Chapter 1452. The continuous archipelago stood above the nether lake. It was as tall as the sky and as solid as a rock. It was as if countless giant beasts were lying across the vast body of water. It was boundless and was accompanied by the gloomy nether energy in the surroundings. It seemed to be filled with obscure profundities and rules. Rumble! Above the vast nether lake, for giant creatures soared into the sky. Wherever they passed, the winds and clouds would surge and huge waves would surge. Awoo! In the vast nether lake, countless demonic beasts in the water roared. Under the terrifying aura, they were all frightened and their roars shook the heavens. Those are the skeletons of the black water mystical snake and the skeletons of the ancient hook serpent. What a terrifying aura! For skeletons with the peak bloodline of the snake tribe pulling a carriage. Who is that? The murderous aura is overwhelming. They are heading towards the mysterious underworld sect. Could it be that someone wants to attack the mysterious underworld sect? Above the nether lake, countless pairs of eyes looked at the 4 giant creatures and turned pale with fright. Swoosh, swoosh! However, there were still many who were brave enough to follow them. The 4 giant creatures were filled with murderous aura. It was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. The mysterious underworld sect was right in front of them. Something big was bound to happen. However, no one was able to follow the speed of the 4 giant creatures. Nevertheless, there were people following them all the way. This caused a shocking scene above the nether lake. The entire nether lake was boiling as countless figures swept across the sky. Finally, the 4 giant creatures appeared in the sky above the mysterious underworld sect. The mountain gate of the mysterious underworld sect was located in front of a huge island of the Alliance. The surrounding terrain was rugged and clustered. The cliffs were steep and were like natural barriers. It was obvious that there were powerful talisman arrays set up. One could only enter from the mountain gate. In front of the mountain gate, there was a huge rock that was 1,000 feet tall. It was like an island. The words Mysterious Underworld Sect were carved on it. The runes flashed as if they were alive. One's soul would tremble just by looking at it. Within the Mysterious Underworld Sect, many experts had already felt the terrifying aura sweeping over. The Mysterious Underworld Sect's secret sentries at the Nether Lake had already used a voice transmission technique to inform the Munchu that there were experts heading towards the Mysterious Underworld Sect. Hence, when the 4 huge creatures appeared outside the Profound Underworld Sect's mountain gate, countless Profound Underworld Sect's disciples were already on standby. However, the 4 enormous skeletons were like 4 enormous dragons that spanned across the sky. Their ferocious auras were so frightening that the countless disciples of the Profound Underworld Sect with insufficient cultivation felt their hearts tremble. They needed the protection of the Munchuess experts. Who dares to barge into my Profound Underworld Sect? Dozens of figures flew out from within the Xianming sect. They were the top elites of the Xianming sect. When they sensed the auras from the 4 huge creatures, they were shocked when they saw them. What a terrifying skeleton! It contains a domain realm secret bone. That's a treasure among treasures. An expert from the Dark Underworld sect exclaimed in surprise. He could tell that the 4 skeletons were extraordinary. The 4 skeletons contained complete mystic bones. Wasteland Country's World Society, Du Xiaofu. As the voice rang out, dozens of rainbows flew out from the carriage, pulled by the 4 huge creatures. They then landed on the 3 heads of the 3-headed sea dragon snake. These dozens of figures were Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao Little Tiger, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin Phantom, Guqin Devil and his mount Wild Gujiao, Sky Moon Poisonous Spider, 4th Elder Jiaoyi, and 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu. Du Xiaofu was the only one standing on the middle head of the 3-headed sea dragon snake. His purple robe fluttered in the wind as he exuded a majestic aura. Du Xiaofu, the expressions of everyone in the Profound Underworld sect changed. They had already heard that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had returned. On the 8th day of the 8th month, he would pay the debt of blood with the Great Luan sect. However, They did not expect the Demon King to appear outside the profound underworld sect without a sound. "It's him." Among the experts, a young man raised his head and changed his expression. His silky black hair flowed down like a waterfall and was loosely tied up with a vermilion ribbon. His thin lips were as light as water, and his skin was white and delicate. His bright and clear eyes gave off an aura that kept people at a distance. He gave off an extremely terrifying and forbearing aura. He was the strongest person among the younger generation of the profound underworld sect, Ming Rongyin. Back then, he had narrowly missed the battle of the top 10 geniuses in the sealed ancient grounds. "Du Xiaofu, why have you come to our profound underworld sect?" asked an old man in his 50s. He was the sect master of the profound underworld sect, Ming Rongyin. He looked at Du Xiaofu with flickering eyes. "You have to pay the price for killing my desolate country's disciples on the central region's Chang River." Du Xiaofu spoke as he looked at Ming Rongyin calmly. Hearing this, all the profound underworld sect's disciples were stunned. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had actually brought a dozen people to the profound underworld sect. That Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is too daring. This is the mountain gate of the profound underworld sect. He dares to cause trouble at the mountain gate of the profound underworld sect with just a dozen people. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, really lives up to his reputation. However, I'm afraid he is overestimating himself. Although the desolate country seems to have many experts, the profound underworld sect has a strong foundation. Above the underworld lake, the spectators who had followed them stood far away and discussed. Compared to the profound underworld sect, everyone naturally regarded the profound underworld sect as an expert from the bottom of their hearts. No matter how strong and famous the Demon King, Du Xiaofu was after all a weakling. "Ha ha ha ha! Do you think you can come to my profound underworld sect?" A profound underworld sect's elder laughed wildly. The aura of someone who had just entered the martial domain surged as he looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes shone with a resplendent light, like a divine light. The elder didn't think much of Du Xiaofu, although he had heard that many young and abnormal experts had appeared in the desolate country's world assembly. The profound underworld sect's mountain gate had been passed down since ancient times. How could the desolate country's world assembly, which had just appeared, compare to it? "Old thing, what are you showing off for? Come out and die if you have the ability." Du Xiaoqing's beautiful figure stepped out. Her pure and holy aura was as cold as ice. Green and red flames rose in her eyes, and a terrifying blazing aura filled the air. Beast Region's first ascension. Feeling Du Xiaoqing's aura, the elder was stunned. He had heard that the desolate country's world assembly had a Baifeng divine bird at the martial domain realm. That was the king of the beast race. He had just entered the martial domain and encountered a Beast Region's first ascension. It would be difficult for him to fight against a Beast Region's first ascension. The profound underworld sect has already withdrawn from the purifying evil alliance. Back then, we only wanted to cleanse the evil spirits. We don't know the true intentions of the Great Luin sect, Spirit Sky Valley, and Sky Snake sect. Ming Rongyin stepped forward and looked at Du Xiaofu. He said, "The profound underworld sect is no longer a power in the purifying evil alliance. You can go find the Great Luin sect and the others. Why must you be at odds with the profound underworld sect? It won't do us any good. The desolate country's disciples and the world assembly's disciples are on the central continent's long river. They died because of the profound underworld sect, so they naturally have to pay the price." Du Xiaofu spoke. He was still as calm as ever as his purple robe fluttered in the wind. The profound underworld sect's disciples have also suffered great losses. It won't be any less than the desolate country's world assembly, Ming Rongyin said. Back then, Dai Xingyu's killing array had devoured many of the purifying evil alliance's army. The profound underworld sect's disciples had also suffered great losses. Even now, they still had lingering fears. The desolate country's world assembly's disciples died protecting the Western continent. The profound underworld sect's disciples were killed because they invaded our territory. How can they be compared? Du Xiaofu suddenly shouted. His voice shook the 9 heavens and stirred up huge waves in the underworld lake. It was like the rumbling of thunder. Uft! Uft! Under such a loud shout, the profound underworld sect's disciples who didn't have enough cultivation paled. Some of them even vomited blood. The profound underworld sect didn't mean to make things difficult for the world assembly. We only wanted to cleanse the evil spirits. However, we were also tricked, Ming Rongyin said. Between the ancient heaven sect and the profound talisman sect, the profound underworld sect withdrew from the purifying evil alliance for the first time. This is the reason why I can still talk to you now. Du Xiaofu looked at Ming Rongyin. He knew that Ming Rongyin was the first to withdraw from the purifying evil alliance on the central continent's long river. He had even apologized. Otherwise, Du Xiaofu wouldn't have said so much. Then what are you trying to do? Ming Rongyin asked. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a helpless and complicated expression. There is no need to be polite with him. The profound underworld sect doesn't fear anyone. The old man, who was intimidated by Du Xiaoqing, looked at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy expression and said, Leave quickly. Otherwise, the profound underworld sect won't be polite. The profound underworld sect is nothing but bullshit. It's worthless. If you provoke me, I'll burn the profound underworld sect down today. 5th Elder Jialo Yuanta said. He didn't care about the disciples and experts of the profound underworld sect. He looked at the sky and said in a thunderous voice, Murongaying, do you think I dare to burn this bullshit profound underworld sect down? He knows the old ancestor. The moment 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu finished speaking, Ming Rongyin and the other experts of the profound underworld sect changed their expressions. Murongaying was one of the old ancestors of the profound underworld sect. If the old man called the old ancestor by his name, he must know the old ancestor. Haha, an old friend has come to visit. I'm so happy. It's been thousands of years. Suddenly, an old voice came from the depths of the vast archipelago of the profound underworld sect. The voice sounded like a bugle horn. It was boundless and vigorous. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make people's ears tremble. It was like a heavenly drum was beating. Underworld chi filled the sky, and dazzling runes bloomed in the sky. The entire underworld lake fluctuated, and a terrifying aura affected the world. What a powerful aura! It's a top expert. Du Xiaofu's state of mind and the terrifying aura were terrifying. In an instant, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a thin, middle-aged man with a ruddy face and a hook-like nose. He was surrounded by underworld chi, and a vision appeared in the sky. It was as if a deity had descended. That's the old ancestor. The experts of the profound underworld sect trembled. Not many of them had the opportunity to meet the old ancestor. However, there were some who had the opportunity to meet him. Most of the disciples didn't even know that the old ancestor existed in the profound underworld sect. Chapter 1453. Greetings, Ancestor. Mingrong and the other elders of the mysterious underworld sect bowed in surprise. Countless disciples of the mysterious underworld sect were trembling with excitement. However, the skinny middle-aged man, Murongaying, looked at the 5th elder, Jialo Yuantu, and the 4th elder, Jialo Yi, with a serious expression. Don't talk about friendship with me. We don't have any friendship, but we've fought a few times. The mysterious underworld sect is nothing in front of me. Jialo Yuantu looked at the strange phenomenon behind Murongaying and said, Are you trying to scare me? Do you want me to spar with you again? Let's see how much you've improved over the past few thousand years. Murongaying withdrew his aura when he heard what Jialo Yuantu said. He was not angry at Jialo Yuantu's words. He looked at Jialo Yuan and the fourth elder, Jialo Yi, and his expression changed. However, he smiled faintly and said, I'm no match for the two of you. We don't need to deal with you. How about we spar with you alone? The fifth elder was not stupid. He knew that Murong-Gaing meant that he was not afraid of being ganged up on by the two of them, but he was not afraid of fighting them alone. Forget it. Murong-Gaing shook his head and looked at the people on the four giant creatures. He looked at Du Xiaofu and sized him up. Jialo Yuan was not happy. He looked at the elder who had just reached the martial domain realm and said, The younger generation of the mysterious underworld sect is really arrogant. Do you think that the mysterious underworld sect can dominate the world? With your status, you don't have to care about a junior. I didn't teach him well. You can just scold me. Murong-Gaing looked at Elder Jialo Yuan and said with a smile, Who is that old man? Why is the ancestor so polite and fearful? The disciples of the mysterious underworld sect were shocked when they saw what was happening. They could not believe what they were seeing. At this moment, the powerhouses of the mysterious underworld sect finally realized why Du Xiaofu had dared to enter the mysterious underworld sect. The head of the elder who had originally spoken was drenched in cold sweat. Du Xiaofu was actually accompanied by a frightening existence that even the mysterious underworld sect's old ancestor had to be courteous and fearful of. If the other party had not been courteous to him earlier, his outcome would have been obvious. It is indeed your fault for not teaching him well. Fifth Elder Jialo Yuan said bluntly. Murong-Gaing looked at Du Xiaofu, then turned to the fifth elder, Jialo Yuan and the fourth elder, Jialo Yi, and asked, Are you two related to the desolate country? We have nothing to do with the desolate country, but he has a lot of connections with my clan. Elder Jialo Yi looked at Murong-Gaing and said, If anyone dares to bully the weak, don't blame me for wiping out his entire clan. Murong-Gaing's eyes trembled when he heard this. How could he not understand Jialo Ye's words? He was clearly warning the profound Xian sect. If the older generation of the profound Xian sect were to attack, the two of them would not hesitate to attack. The two of them were already frightening enough. What was even more frightening was the existence behind them. When the time came, the entire mysterious underworld sect would cease to exist. Murong-Gaing knew how overbearing and frightening the clan was. At this moment, Jialo Ye's tone was very overbearing. It was enough to prove that Du Xiaofu had an unusual relationship with him. Otherwise, he would not have allowed powerhouses like Jialo Yuan and Jialo Yi to follow him. Little brother, you must be the legendary demon king Du Xiaofu. At such a young age, you are already the emperor of the desolate country, the head of the Central State Heaven's Prides, and the head of the 12 divine heroes of Kyushu. You are a young hero. The new generation excels the old. Murong-Gaing looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile on his face. At this moment, he was wondering what kind of relationship this young man had with the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan. He was able to make two terrifying powerhouses like Jialo Yuan and Jialo Yi follow him. Murong-Gaing's expression did not change as he continued to say, I wonder why you have come to the mysterious underworld sect today. There must be some misunderstanding here. Why don't we sit down and talk? The disciples of the World Society of the Desolate Country died protecting the country. How could it be a misunderstanding? I am the emperor of the desolate country and the leader of the World Society. I must seek justice. Du Xiaofu looked at Murong-Gaing. Murong-Gaing's eyes were looking at him as if he wanted to take him into a bottomless abyss. The invisible aura made people afraid to face him. Murong-Gaing's primordial spirit filled his mind, and the purple thunder profound cauldron in his body trembled to resist the vast aura. This, Murong-Gaing looked at Du Xiaofu. If it were not for the presence of Jialo Yuan and Jialo Yi, with his status, he would not have cared about Du Xiaofu. But now that Jialo Yuan and Jialo Yi were here, Murong-Gaing had no choice but to put on a serious face. He smiled and said, There are some things in this world that cannot be explained in detail. In this world, many creatures die every day. There is no justice in this world. If you don't want to die, you can only work hard and cultivate. You are right. There is no justice in this world. The strong are respected, and the weak are at the mercy of others. Today, I will use my strength to seek justice for them. Du Xiaofu said calmly as he looked at Morongaying. The strong are respected. Interesting. Morongaying looked at Du Xiaofu. Invisible netherworld, qi, filled the air as he stood quietly in the air. It was as if he was looking down on all living things. Morongaying said, "Little brother, since you are related to the two elders, you must be extraordinary. I heard that you were invincible among your peers back in the days when Kyushu was in the same generation as you. After all these years, you must be even more powerful. Dongli Chihuang of the Great Will sect has reached the Nirvana realm. You were above Dongli Chihuang back then, and I am sure that you are not below him now. I will grant you your wish, as long as you can defeat one person from the Xianming sect. However, with your extraordinary strength, you are invincible among your peers. If I allow someone from the Xianming sect to fight with you, it means that I am looking down on you and the two elders." Morongaying paused for a moment. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said softly, "How about this? As long as you can defeat someone from the Xianming sect who has just reached the martial domain realm, the Xianming sect will have nothing to say about the justice you want. However, if you lose, we will write this matter off. What do you think? Fight with someone who has just reached the martial domain realm." Everyone looked at each other when they heard this. Some of the experts from the Xianming sect smiled. It was obvious that the ancestor wanted Du Xiaofu to back off. No matter how strong Du Xiaofu was, he would not be a match for a martial domain realm expert. Dongli Chihuang had reached the Nirvana realm because he was the reincarnated saint of the Great Wheel sect. Du Xiaofu had only been on the run for a few years. How could he have broken through to the martial domain realm? This old thing is clearly bullying Big Brother. Du Xiaoqing pouted and scolded. The Xianming sect is really shameless. Ouyang Shuang also cursed. The older they get, the more shameless they get. Yi Zijin frowned. At that moment, everyone could tell that Morongaying clearly knew that no one in the younger generation of the profound underworld sect was a match for Du Xiaofu. That was why he wanted to use martial domain realm cultivators to fight him. However, he had to make it sound better than singing. Will Du Xiaofu choose to fight with a martial domain realm expert? Or will he back off? More and more onlookers gathered at the mountain gate of the Xianming sect and thought to themselves. Although they knew that Morongaying was shameless, 4th Elder Jialo Yi and 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu did not care at all. Guqin Demon and Savage Condor could only smile helplessly. All right, it's fair. If I lose from now on, the Wasteland Nation's World Assembly disciples will leave within a 10-mile radius of the Xianming sect's disciples. If I win, the Wasteland Nation's World Assembly disciples who died protecting the country will be avenged in my own way. Du Xiaofu walked out from the middle head of the three-headed sea dragon snake. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, and he gave off an inexplicable pressure. Wan Yuan, go ahead. Morongaying said to the old man who had been intimidated by Du Xiaoqing. Yes, ancestor. The old man nodded and walked out. He was feeling depressed because of Du Xiaoqing. Now that he was dealing with Du Xiaofu and had the support of the ancestor, he was not afraid anymore. The old man walked out and looked at Du Xiaofu. He raised his hand and his robe fluttered in the wind. The netherworld qi fluctuated and a terrifying aura rushed out. Boom! In an instant, the old man's aura exploded and caused the surrounding space to tremble. The surrounding space froze and the rolling waves of the underworld lake suddenly froze, forming a terrifying frozen space. Kid, this is the Xianming sect. It's not a place for you to act presumptuously. Leave quickly. You still have time. The old man looked at Du Xiaofu and spoke. His voice was like thunder, shaking the space and causing pain in the eardrums of the people below. His aura was terrifying and countless people's expressions changed. How strong is this guy now? Can he fight back? Ouyang Shuang was worried about Du Xiaofu. After all, the old man was in the martial domain realm. Don't worry, Du Xiaoyao said to Ouyang Shuang. He had not been worried since the beginning. In the air, Du Xiaofu looked at the old man calmly. His eyes were calm and his face was resolute. Although Du Xiaofu's appearance was not as handsome as Yin Machin or Mi Zixia, who were more beautiful than women, he was still not ordinary upon closer inspection. His figure was tall and slender, and his black hair was draped over his shoulders. His eyes were clear and bright. There was clearly no fluctuation of aura, but for some reason, it made people feel that he was clearly very dignified. Demon King Du Xiaofu is going to fight with the martial domain realm expert of the Xianming sect. Countless onlookers and disciples of the Xianming sect raised their heads and looked at each other in anticipation. Some people suspected that the Demon King Du Xiaofu had been on the run for many years. Could it be that he had the strength to fight against a martial domain realm expert now that he had returned? Some people also thought that the Demon King Du Xiaofu had created countless miracles and was an undefeated legend in the Central Plains. There was almost no news of him being defeated. Perhaps he had a chance. However, no matter what the outcome was, everyone was looking forward to this battle. This was especially so for the onlookers who had rushed over from the underworld lake. They had not rushed over in vain. Chapter 1454. The disciples of the mysterious underworld sect were in an uproar. In their hearts, Supreme Elder Wan Yuan was a top expert who had already stepped into the martial domain and was famous in the central continent. After all, Demon King Du Xiaofu had only cultivated for a few years. He had started cultivating when he was in his mother's womb. At most, it wouldn't be more than 30 years. How could he be a match for Grand Elder Wan Yuan? In a while, he would definitely overestimate himself and lose miserably. Supreme Elder Wan Yuan is making a move. Demon King Du Xiaofu is overestimating himself. All the disciples inside and outside the mysterious underworld sect were in an uproar, waiting for the battle to begin. Some even wanted to take the opportunity to comprehend the Manchu's super ability from Supreme Elder Wan Yuan's attack. Du Xiaofu stood quietly in the air. He didn't say a word and only glanced indifferently at Wan Yuan Domain Lord. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? The Wan Yuan region Lord's expression darkened as he looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu did not seem to place him in his eyes at all. This caused anger to surge in his heart. If not for the two old men, whom even the patriarchs were wary of, he would have been in a much worse state. You've cultivated for so many years. Why are you still so noisy? You should make a move first. You're too weak. If I make a move, you won't even have a chance to make a move. Du Xiaofu looked at Wan Yuan. His voice wasn't loud, but it was deafening and spread in all directions. Shameless boasting. Today, I'll let you know what it means to overestimate yourself. Wan Yuan was furious. His voice was like thunder, echoing in the underworld lake. He was the Wan Yuan Domain Lord, an expert who had just reached the martial domain realm. He was an existence that could shake the entire central continent with a stomp of his foot. When had he ever been looked down upon by a junior? Boom! Dazzling light and underworld qi surged from Wan Yuan's body. His figure soared into the sky, and with a terrifying aura, he appeared in front of Du Xiaofu like a bolt of lightning. Kid, you've lost! Wan Yuan was overjoyed. Light erupted, and his might was astonishing. He emitted a terrifying aura. Wan Yuan was definitely worthy of being an expert who had just descended to the martial domain realm. His aura caused the hearts of the surrounding people to palpitate. At this moment, Wan Yuan was extremely confident in himself. He believed that he could trample this demon king, Du Xiaofu, with a single move. Therefore, the moment the domain lord appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, runes began to glow brightly as an astonishing chill and energy erupted. His overflowing pressure transformed into a palm that swatted towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! When the palm landed, it was as if the sun had exploded. The qi of the netherworld roiled and shook one's soul. Qi. Just at this moment, Du Xiaofu, who seemed slow but was actually as fast as lightning, made his move. He stretched out his hand, and his 5 fingers slightly curled into a claw. Golden light erupted, and it was as if countless golden lightning snakes were flashing out. With an incomparably domineering posture, he directly met the nether palm. This claw tore the void apart as a terrifying power swept out and tore the nether claw imprint apart. Swish! The claw imprint was indestructible and showed no signs of stopping. It suddenly appeared in front of Wan Yuan, freezing the space in front of him and destroying his defenses. Finally, it clasped around Wan Yuan's neck with lightning speed, and a golden cocoon wrapped around his neck like a cocoon. Go down! Du Xiaofu roared as he grabbed Wan Yuan and threw him down from the sky. Bang! Wan Yuan's body viciously slammed into a giant boulder with the 3 words mysterious underworld sect engraved on it. The boulder was like an island as it cracked and cracked. Wan Yuan's body was stuck in the boulder as he continuously vomited blood. His clothes were torn and blood flowed out from his body. When this scene appeared, the entire domain fell silent to the extreme. It was as if time had stopped. The martial domain lord of the myriad origin realm had been defeated like an ant in a single move. Originally, the domain lord's attack had caused the world to tremble and the clouds to surge. However, everything came to a halt after a few breaths. This was like a high-spirited song that had just started, but it immediately stopped, giving people an indescribable feeling. Countless people inside and outside the mysterious underworld sect were dumbfounded. Their eyes and mouths were wide open in disbelief and fear. Gulp, gulp! After a while, countless gasps and gulps of saliva rose and fell. The domain lord was a martial domain expert, but he had been stopped in his tracks the moment he made his move. He had been easily defeated by Du Xiaofu in a single move and had fallen into the boulder like an ant, unable to move. Just a few breaths ago, the domain lord had said that the demon king, Du Xiaofu, was overestimating himself. At this moment, it was as if his face had been slapped swollen. This overestimation was the exact opposite. Old ancestor, junior brother Wan Yuan's divine watchtower has been destroyed, and his primordial spirit has been severely injured. A furious shout came from the boulder. An elder of the mysterious underworld sect felt that something was wrong and rushed into the boulder to pull out the dying Wan Yuan. Only then did he realize that Wan Yuan's divine watchtower had been destroyed and his primordial spirit had been severely injured. He was now a cripple and only had his life left. What? The domain lord has been crippled. The surroundings trembled. The martial domain realm Wan Yuan had been crippled by the demon king Du Xiaofu in a single move. It could also be said that the demon king Du Xiaofu was strong enough to kill the domain lord in a single move. Crippling someone was harder than killing them. Oh my God! The demon king Du Xiaofu has also become a martial domain expert. Someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. To be able to cripple a Wan Yuan region lord with a single move. Just how terrifying was his cultivation level? Muronggang did not speak. He looked at Du Xiaofu with unprecedented respect. At this moment, Muronggang finally understood why Jialo Yuantu and Jialo Yi were by Du Xiaofu's side. This guy is really... Ouyang Shuang and Yi Zijin looked at each other. After being stunned for a moment, they revealed helpless smiles that could topple cities. Du Xiaoyao, Guqin Demon, Gu Diao, Jialo Yuantu, and the others did not show any change in their expressions. They already knew what was going on. Du Xiaofu, you are really ruthless. Do you think that there is no one in the mysterious underworld sect? More and more experts gathered around Wan Yuan, checking his condition. He had been severely injured and was now a cripple. A martial domain realm expert was the cornerstone of the entire mysterious underworld sect. How could the experts of the mysterious underworld sect remain calm when they saw that he had been crippled in an instant? If it wasn't for the fact that the mysterious underworld sect was the first to withdraw from the evil purifying alliance, his spiritual soul would have been destroyed by now. Du Xiaofu said as he stood in the wind. His black hair danced in the wind, and his body was surrounded by golden light. He had crippled Wan Yuan with a single move. How overbearing was that? Du Xiaofu Yu. The experts of the mysterious underworld sect were enraged. Their eyes shone with a cold light. They still remembered how Du Xiaofu had killed the experts of the mysterious underworld sect. They could not tolerate the fact that a martial domain realm expert had been crippled at the entrance of the mysterious underworld sect. This was no doubt a slap to the face of the mysterious underworld sect. "Shut up, you bunch of bastards," Moronggang said. His voice shook the sky and echoed around the mysterious underworld sect. The experts of the mysterious underworld sect looked at their ancestor, Moronggang. They were so shocked that they did not dare to speak. "Little brother, how do you want justice?" Moronggang looked at Du Xiaofu. His expression was completely different from before. His eyes shone brightly. "I'll get justice myself," Du Xiaofu said. His purple robe fluttered in the wind as he flew into the mysterious underworld sect under the shocked gazes of everyone. Rumble! A few moments later, a huge ancient building in the profound underworld sect collapsed amidst the rumbling sounds. Countless martial skills, cultivation methods, and jade slips inscribed with powerful techniques fell to the ground. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and with a sweep of his purple robe, a ray of light burst forth, and a large number of pavilion beams, martial skills, cultivation methods, and other cultivation resources were collected into his Qinquan bag, and then he swaggered off. The experts of the mysterious underworld sect were shocked. However, since their ancestor, Moronggang, did not say anything, they did not dare to say anything. Outside the mysterious underworld sect, Du Xiaofu flew out and looked at the huge rock with the words "Mysterious Underworld Sect" engraved on it. Just now, Wan Yuan had been ruthlessly smashed into the giant rock. However, the giant rock did not shatter and only cracked. This showed that the giant rock was not ordinary. Du Xiaofu seemed to be hesitating. He then walked toward the huge rock. Golden light surged on his body as he waved his hand. Roar! The dragon in Du Xiaofu's palm roared, and a scarlet cloud dragon shadow appeared. It was the Scarlet Cloud Dragon Beast's ability. However, the Scarlet Cloud Dragon Beast's ability that Du Xiaofu had activated was no longer the same as it was before. The Scarlet Cloud Dragon Shadow was like a living creature. It had the power to freeze the void and plunged into the underworld lake. Rumble! The earth and mountains shook. The underworld lake trembled and waves surged. Endless green and red runes burst out from the huge rock as if a treasure was about to be born. Then, under countless shocked gazes, the huge rock with the words "Mysterious Underworld Sect" engraved on it rose from the underworld lake. Roar! The flood dragon roared as the gigantic shadow of the profound cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon soared into the sky, coiling around the gigantic boulder. "Let's go!" Du Xiaofu shouted, and his figure appeared under the giant rock. He lifted the giant rock with one arm and instantly flew across the sky above Lake Styx. How shocking was this scene! Jialo Yuantu, Jialo Yi, Du Xiaoyao, Ouying Shuang, and the others plunged into the carriage, pulled by the 4 huge skeletons, and left. The 4 huge skeletal puppets roared, and the underworld lake surged. Wind and clouds surged as they left. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared at the running boulder and the 4 dragon-like behemoths as they left. The wind and clouds surged, and the underworld lake surged with waves that didn't calm down for a long time. All the disciples of the mysterious underworld sect looked at the Demon King, who was carrying the huge rock with the mysterious underworld sect signboard. They wanted to say something, but some of them bit their lips so hard that they bled. In the end, they were speechless and could only stare in shock. Also, a book friend told me that there was a typo in the last chapter. Korea's World Society. Damn, it scared me. I've changed it. Chapter 1455. Ancestor. Why did you tolerate that, Junior? This is a slap to the face of the mysterious underworld sect. How can the mysterious underworld sect establish itself in the central region in the future? After a while, an expert from the mysterious underworld sect asked Morong, going unwillingly in front of the collapsed pavilion. The mysterious underworld sect was one of the 9 major forces in the central region, but today a martial domain realm cultivator was crippled at the entrance of the sect. The martial talisman pavilion was destroyed and many cultivation techniques and cultivation resources were taken away. In the end, even the giant stone that was equivalent to the plaque of the mysterious underworld sect was taken away, and Du Xiaofu was allowed to leave. This was a humiliation that the mysterious underworld sect had never been humiliated like this since its establishment. A bunch of bastards. You brought great trouble to the Manchu. Don't mention this again. The desolate country's world society is not something you can afford to offend. Morong Gaing said in a deep voice. His calm expression began to change. Jialo Yuan and Jialo, you were already difficult to deal with. If the 2 terrifying masters took action today, the entire mysterious underworld sect would be razed to the ground. Morong Gaing knew that the clan behind Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuan was even more terrifying. The mysterious underworld sect could not afford to offend them, not even the mysterious underworld sect. Ancestor, Dongli Chihuang has reached the Nirvana realm. The great Luan sect sent people here to ask us to rejoin the evil Purifying Alliance. Should we? Ming Rong stepped forward and asked Morong Gaing in a low voice. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Morong Gaing. The great Luan sect is nothing. Do they think that Dongli Chihuang can suppress the desolate country's world society just because he has reached the Nirvana realm? They are just courting death. This time, the mysterious underworld sect will stay as far away from the evil Purifying Alliance as possible. Old Ancestor, the Nirvana of Dongli Chihuang is not to be underestimated. This time, Du Xiaofu has gone overboard and humiliated our Xianming sect. If we borrow the power of the Great Lun sect, we might have a chance to regain our dignity. Ming Rong was somewhat fearful. The nirvana of a sovereign was the pinnacle of talent in this world. Given the identity of Dongli Chihuang as the reincarnated sacred son, he would be able to return to his peak very quickly after reincarnation. At that time, he would probably have to settle scores with the dark underworld sect. If it was the Great Luan sect, Dongli Chihuang would definitely not let the desolate country's world society off. By borrowing the Great Luan sect's influence, he would be able to regain the face that the mysterious underworld sect had lost this time. Pa. As soon as his voice fell, Ming Rong's square face was slapped. A crisp sound rang out, and his face immediately became red and swollen with 5 red palm prints. Bastard, to think that you are the sect leader of the mysterious underworld sect. Morong Gaing was furious and shouted, I have already said that the Great Luan sect is nothing. Our mysterious underworld sect should stay away from the evil Purifying Alliance. They are just courting death. Let alone the Great Luan sect. Even if there are 10 of them, they would still be finished this time. The nirvana of a sovereign would have to wait until Dongli Chihuang is still alive. Moreover, the Demon King Du Xiaofu is not a reincarnated cultivator, and the Wanyuan domain cannot withstand a single blow. Do you think that Du Xiaofu is simple? The surrounding experts of the mysterious underworld sect did not dare to speak after hearing Ming Rong's words. They did not know why the old ancestor felt that the Great Lun sect was doomed this time. However, After hearing Ming Rong's words, the experts of the mysterious underworld sect sighed in their hearts. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had returned this time, and even the Wanyuan domain lord could not withstand a single blow. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed terrifying. Even if the nirvana of Dongli Chihuang was here, he might not be able to injure the Wanyuan domain lord so severely in one blow. Old ancestor, I think. Ming Rongyin opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. However, as soon as his voice fell, Ming Rongyin, who had just been slapped, stopped him. He was afraid that his son would also provoke the old ancestor and receive another slap. Speak. Moronggying looked at Ming Rongyin and said. He then glared at Ming Rongyin fiercely. Ming Rongyin gathered his courage. His thin lips were as pale as water, and his bright and clear eyes rippled slightly. He raised his head to look at Moronggying and said respectfully, Old ancestor, I have had some contact with Du Xiaofu, and I know Dongli Chihuang quite well. I think that the mysterious underworld sect should make a choice. Putting aside the Great Luin sect and the desolate country world society, if the mysterious underworld sect has to choose between Dongli Chihuang and Du Xiaofu, I personally think that the mysterious underworld sect should choose Du Xiaofu. Moronggying looked at Ming Rongyin. After a while, he said, Why do you choose Du Xiaofu? Dongli Chihuang is in nirvana of nirvana. Tell me the reason. Intuition. Ming Rongyin said. Ming Rongyin, your son is much stronger than you. From today onwards, the position of the sect leader of the mysterious underworld sect shall be taken by Ming Rongyin. You should go into seclusion. Leave the matters of the mysterious underworld sect to Ming Rongyin. As soon as he finished speaking, Moronggying's figure soared into the sky and disappeared. Above the Styx Lake, in front of the mysterious underworld sect, the news of the Demon King barging into the mysterious underworld sect and crippling the domain lord of the mysterious underworld sect in one move spread like wildfire. The news was no doubt like a bomb. Wherever the news spread, it was as if a bomb had exploded. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is starting to settle scores with them one by one. The mysterious underworld sect has suffered a great loss this time. A martial domain realm expert was crippled in one move. How strong is the Demon King Du Xiaofu's cultivation? He crippled the domain lord of the mysterious underworld sect in one move. It's too terrifying. It seems like Dongli Chihuang has undergone nirvana. Although the Demon King Du Xiaofu has been on the run all these years, he did not fall behind in his cultivation. He is still as terrifying as ever. I wonder what the outcome will be if the Demon King Du Xiaofu meets the Dongli Chihuang. There will be a chance. On the 8th day of the 8th month at the Great Will Sect, I think it will be a truly exceptional battle between the younger generation of the middle ground. I wonder if the Demon King Du Xiaofu will look for other sections. Who will be the next one? Everywhere the news spread, countless people discussed, and countless small and medium forces trembled in fear. As one of the 9 great factions in the Central Plains, the Profound Xian sect naturally had many spies placed by the various large factions in the vicinity. In fact, there were even spies placed by various large factions in the mountain. Just like how the Profound Xian sect also placed spies in the various large factions, the Profound Xian sect also placed spies in the various large factions. The major forces were aware of this and would naturally do their best to eliminate them secretly. However, since they were spies, it would not be easy to find them. However, the major forces would be especially strict with their own inner disciples. The spies immediately informed the major forces about what happened in the mysterious underworld sect. It seems like you haven't fallen behind after all these years. A centipede dies but never falls down. But that's fine. It's boring if you're too weak. I'll let you jump around for a while more. The 8th day of the 8th month will be the final day. In the Great Luin sect, Dongli Chihuang looked at the sky and sneered. His eyes were shining with 7 colors. Xiandu Gate was one of the 9 major forces of the middle ground. Like the mysterious underworld sect, it was a sacred place for countless cultivators. It was a colossus that had stood in the middle ground for countless years. The city of 10,000 immortals was also known as the Immortal Capital. Immortals were an ancient legend. There were very few legends about immortals in Kyushu, and they were gradually forgotten in the long river of history. However, every time someone mentioned the history of Shindu Gate, they would talk about the legend. It was said that a long time ago in the city of 10,000 immortals, there was a peerless expert who ascended and became an immortal. After that, he established the Shindu Gate and became one of the 9 major forces of the middle ground. All these years, his brothers had stood tall in the middle ground and never fell. The city was vast and boundless, spanning tens of thousands of miles. It was as if it was made up of several empires. The entire city was filled with an antique atmosphere. There were also immortal mountains that were filled with spiritual energy. In the center of the city, there was a cluster of mountains. Countless ancient buildings seemed to have been left behind from ancient times. They were ancient and heavy, and everywhere there were mottled traces of tens of thousands of years. In the center of the city that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, there was a huge palace. There were countless magnificent buildings around it, but they all seemed small in comparison. The huge palace was like a sea of clouds in the sky. It was misty and misty all year round. One could clearly see it from thousands of miles away and feel an oppressive aura. This oppressive aura was very strange. The stronger one's cultivation was, the stronger the oppressive aura. If one could get close to the huge palace, they would realize that the huge palace was actually made up of countless majestic palaces that stretched out in all directions. Just this group of majestic palaces alone was like a huge city outside. This group of majestic palaces clustered around the main palace in the middle. The main palace was pure white and towered into clouds. It was as if it was made of white jade and was connected to the heavens. The towering main palace was covered with runes. Countless huge stone pillars were engraved with ferocious strange birds and beasts. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were living creatures. Their majestic auras could break one's heart and soul. Everyone in the Central Plains would know that this was the foundation of the Shindu Gate. It was called the Celestial Capital. It was rumored that the Celestial Capital was incomparably huge. There were hundreds of thousands of extraordinary Shindu Gate disciples diligently comprehending and cultivating there all year round. Outside the Celestial Capital, countless people raised their heads to look at the huge ancient city that was about to collapse. It was the holy land of cultivation for cultivators. However, if one wanted to enter it, they had to have extraordinary talent. Mediocre people were not qualified to get close at all. Inside the Shindu Gate, in an ancient and boundless hall, a beautiful woman sat upright. She looked to be in her 40s. She did not wear any makeup on her face, but her appearance was moving. Her eyes were like water, as if they could see through everything. Her fingers were slender like a young girl's. Her skin was smooth and snow-white with a hint of pink. The beautiful woman opened her red lips slightly and said, "The Xianming Sect's Wan Yuan has already broken through to the martial domain realm, but he was unable to withstand a single blow. That demon king Du Xiaofu is actually so powerful at such a young age. How shocking!" The beautiful woman's voice was clear and melodious. Her fine black hair fluttered behind her head, emitting a fragrance. She had the refined temperament of a fairy. She was Jiang Danqing, the sect master of the Shindu Gate. When she was young, she had left behind many legends in the Central Plains. Her peerless beauty made the younger generation fight to pursue her. Chapter 1456. It was rumored that back then, Dongli Changgu, Mingrong Sifang, and the rest of the younger generation of the Central Plains had all fallen for her, but in the end, no one was able to capture her heart. Then, one day, a baby girl suddenly appeared by Jiang Danqing's side. It was rumored that she had been abandoned when she was training outside. Jiang Danqing took her surname and named her Jiang Rolan. But from that day onwards, Jiang Danqing had never left Xindu Gate. Until one day, Jiang Roland's name spread throughout the Central Plains. Her talent was no less than her mother's, and she became the number one of the younger generation of the Xindu Gate. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is actually so powerful. In the main hall, many experts of the Xindu Gate were stunned. They naturally knew of the Wanyuan Domain Lord. At this moment, many of the experts of the Xindu Gate in the main hall were quite familiar with the Wanyuan Domain Lord. They knew that he was extremely powerful. How old was the Demon King Du Xiaofu? He was at most a member of the younger generation, but he was actually so powerful. This was shocking. The Demon King Du Xiaofu destroyed a building in the Xianxian sect and took away the sect stone of the Xianxian sect. He is settling accounts with the Chang River of the Central Plains. Jiang Danqing's bright eyes moved slightly, and she frowned slightly. This is his temper. He is the Demon King. Since he has returned, he naturally won't let this matter rest. Perhaps he will come to the Xindu Gate sooner or later. In the main hall, an elegant woman dressed in a light yellow dress spoke. Her ink-black hair was soft and smooth, and her large eyes were clear and ethereal. Her eyelashes were deeply arched, and the outline of her face revealed an otherworldly aura. Her temperament was like that of a banished immortal, untainted by dust. She was Jiang Roland, the fairy of the Xindu Gate. Since she was brought back to the Xindu Gate by the sect master, she had displayed terrifying talent since she was young and became the leader of the younger generation of the Xindu Gate. She was known as the fairy of the Xindu Gate, and her status in the Xindu Gate was extremely high. It was rumored that she was already the next sect master of the Xindu Gate. Roland, do you know the little Demon King Du Xiaofu? Jiang Danqing asked Jiang Roland. Jiang Roland hesitated for a moment and replied, I don't have much contact with him, but I know a little about him. The Demon King is fearless and vengeful. He won't suffer any losses, but he is quite upright. According to the news, Senior Morongying of the Xianxian sect has appeared, but for some reason, he didn't stop the little Demon King. It seems that there are two experts behind the little Demon King. Senior Morongying is familiar with them, and he is also afraid of them. Jiang Danqing frowned, and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. This was what she was most worried about. Morongying, that terrifying existence, is still alive. The experts of the Xindu Gate in the main hall were shocked. Morongying was an expert who had been famous for thousands of years, and he was also the ancestor of the Xianxian sect. It was rumored that Morongying's cultivation had reached a level of perfection. Almost all of the experts of the Xindu Gate present were juniors in front of him. Such a terrifying existence had watched the Wanyuan region lord get crippled and the Xianxian sect be humiliated in front of his own eyes. There was definitely something unusual behind this. If everything was like the news that the Xindu Gate had received, then there was a terrifying existence behind the little Demon King. If even Morongying of the Xianxian sect was afraid of such a terrifying expert, then what kind of terrifying existence was the expert behind the little Demon King? Guests have arrived. Go out and welcome them. Suddenly, just as Jiang Danqing's voice fell, an old woman's voice rang out in the main hall. Everyone in the main hall had a change in expression. They looked at each other and immediately disappeared from the main hall. Rumble. In the city of 10,000 immortals, the wind and clouds were surging. For ferocious-looking giant snake skeletons were pulling a carriage. Wherever they passed, it was as if a storm had swept through. Oh my God, what is that? Is that a giant dragon? What a terrifying aura. It's the skeletons of the Snake Clan, the terrifying skeletons of the Snake Clan. In the city of 10,000 immortals, the wind and clouds were surging. Countless people in the city of 10,000 immortals rushed to the streets and looked up at the sky in horror. They're going to the celestial capital. They don't come with good intentions. Their aura is fierce. Are they going to the celestial capital? Someone said, sensing the fierce aura of the 4 giant skeletons. They didn't come with good intentions. Therefore, numerous figures followed them and rushed to the celestial capital, wanting to find out what was going on. The 4 giant skeletons landed in the void of the vast square in front of the Shindu Gate. The surroundings were misty, but the terrifying aura of the 4 skeletons of the Snake Clan had already made the people inside and outside the celestial capital tremble. Countless disciples of the Shindu Gate were in an uproar. Swoosh, swoosh! The radiance was as bright as divine light. An ancient aura pervaded the celestial capital, as if it was going to freeze the space. Then many experts leaped out from the celestial capital and landed in the air. Their gazes changed as they looked at the 4 giant skeletons of the Snake Clan. They were Jiang Danqing and Jiang Rolin, the experts of the Shindu Gate. Whoosh, whoosh! Many of the outstanding young disciples of the Shindu Gate and the elders and protectors of the Shindu Gate immediately leaped into the air and stood behind these experts. It's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. He's really here. Someone among the experts of the Shindu Gate exclaimed. They had learned from the news that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was heading to the Xian sect in a carriage pulled by 4 terrifying skeletons of the Snake Clan. The 3-headed sea dragon snake, the ancient hook snake, the ancient viper, and the blackwater mystical snake all have complete mystic bones. An old man of the Shindu Gate looked ahead and his heart trembled violently. The auras that emanated from the bodies of the 4 enormous creatures caused those below the martial domain realm to feel uneasy and terrified. The long river of the central region offended my Shweb order, killed my Huang country's disciples, and crippled my world society's disciples. The Shindu Gate will pay the price today. The voice was like thunder, resounding throughout the city of 10,000 immortals. From the carriage, a dozen figures flew out and landed on the heads of the 4 giant skeletons of the Snake Clan. On the middle head of the 3-headed sea dragon snake, Du Xiaofu's purple robe fluttered. His face was resolute and his eyes were sharp. He had left the Xian sect and appeared in the city of 10,000 immortals. The Shindu Gate was among them on the long river of the central region. Demon King Du Xiaofu, the leader is Demon King Du Xiaofu. He really did return to the central region. The Demon King Du Xiaofu came to the city of 10,000 immortals to seek revenge from the Shindu Gate. A dozen people went to the Shindu Gate. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is really fearless. The city of 10,000 immortals was abuzz with discussion. They did not know that the Demon King Du Xiaofu had already gone to the Xian sect. No matter how fast the news spread over the Xian Lake, it was not as fast as the speed of the 4 skeletons of the Snake Clan. The Shindu Gate and other major forces received the news because they had spies who sent back the news. Ordinary people naturally did not know, but the news was spreading. He's really here. Jiang Rolin looked at the purple-robed young man on the middle head of the 3-headed sea dragon snake. That figure was familiar, and she could not forget his face. Who else could it be other than the Demon King? There were also Du Xiaoqing, Ouyang Shuang, and other beautiful figures. Jiang Rolin was no stranger to them. They were young, but their auras were vigorous and powerful. They were also famous on the central region's long river, resounding throughout the entire central region. All the experts of the Shindu Gate were secretly sizing up Du Xiaofu and the others. Their eyes were slightly focused. However, with the news that the Shindu Gate had received in advance, they began to secretly search for Du Xiaofu's companions. They wanted to know who could make the ancestor of the Xian sect, Moronggang, afraid. I was still guessing which friend Moronggang had met. It turns out to be the 2 of you. An old voice spread above the celestial capital. As the voice fell, a figure appeared in the sky above the celestial capital. There were hazy clouds all around, as if the sky was covered with celestial chi. There were stars twinkling in the sky, surrounding a beautiful figure. The beautiful figure was very blurry, and it was filled with an ancient aura. However, as the figure descended, the surrounding hazy clouds began to dissipate, and the strange phenomenon disappeared, revealing the figure clearly. It was a woman in a plain long dress that reached her feet. Her slim waist was restrained by a cloud belt. Her hair was black, and there was a 7 treasures coral hairpin in her hair. It reflected her face like a hibiscus. Her phoenix eyes were bright, but they were also awe-inspiring. People did not even dare to look at her directly. Under the aura that filled the air, it was enough to make people respect her and want to kneel down before her. "Greetings, Elder Xian." As the woman appeared, the experts of the Shindu Gate, led by Jiang Danqing and the others, immediately bowed respectfully. They were secretly surprised. They did not expect that this matter would directly alarm Elder Xian. "Old friend, we haven't seen each other for thousands of years. I'm really happy. If you don't mind, do you want to come in and have a cup of tea?" The woman waved her sleeve indifferently at Jiang Danqing and the others. Then she looked at the 2 old men on the ferocious snake's head and spoke. She was like a beautiful woman, but her voice was old. It was obviously not harmonious, but it did not make people feel uncomfortable. "There's no need to drink tea. I'm just here to watch the show. However, if the Shindu Gate bullies the weak, I don't mind burning down the Shindu Gate today," the 5th elder said. 5th elder Jallo Yuenta said. His attitude towards the beautiful woman was much better than his attitude towards Morongying. At least, he didn't completely disrespect her. However, he wasn't too polite either. That old man is so arrogant. He actually wants to burn down the Shindu Gate. Who in the entire central state dares to talk like that? Hearing this, the onlookers in the city of 10,000 immortals were shocked. The old man wanted to burn down the Shindu Gate. His tone was not only arrogant, but also extremely arrogant. The experts of the Shindu Gate also changed their expressions when they heard this. The old man's tone made all the disciples of the Shindu Gate angry. However, the beautiful woman was not angry at all. She only frowned slightly. Looking at the 5th elder and the 4th elder, Jallo Yi, she asked in an old voice, "Could it be that the 2 of you are related to the World Assembly of the Huang country? I know that the ancestors of your clans have said that they will stay in seclusion. We have nothing to do with the World Assembly of the Huang country. However, my clan has already come out for him. If someone wants to bully the weak with their seniority, then I don't mind exercising my muscles today." Chapter 1457. The 4th elder, Jallo Yi, said bluntly that Du Xiaofu's entire clan had come out to the world. The weight of these words was naturally unbearable to those who could understand. Among those present, perhaps only this beautiful woman could understand the majestic weight of 4th elder Jallo Yi's words at this moment. The beautiful woman's eyes flickered. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "I haven't been out for a long time, but I've heard of your name. You're so extraordinary at such a young age. It's true that each new generation excels the previous one. That day, there was a misunderstanding between the Purifying Evil Alliance and the World Society of the Desolate Country on the Long River in the Central Province. But both sides suffered casualties. My Shindu Gate has also withdrawn from the Purifying Evil Alliance." Du Xiaofu looked at the beautiful woman. Her aura was definitely not below Morongying's. Only with the pressure of his primordial spirit and the help of the purple thunder profound cauldron in the divine watchtower could he silently resist the invisible pressure. This beautiful woman was definitely a terrifying expert, as strong as the 4th elder and the 5th elder. The disciples of the World Society of the Desolate Country died protecting the border. The disciples of the Shindu Gate were killed because they violated our territory. They can't be compared, Du Xiaofu said. His voice became sharp and spread throughout the city of immortals. He said, "I went to the Shindu Gate to seek justice for the disciples of the World Society of the Desolate Country." "What justice?" "More people of the Shindu Gate died on the Long River in the Central Province. This demon king, Du Xiaofu, doesn't put the Shindu Gate in his eyes. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the disciples inside and outside the Shindu Gate immediately spoke up angrily. Back then, on the long river in the central province, many disciples of the Shindu Gate were killed when the killing formation set up by Dai Xingyu was activated. The number of experts from Shindu Gate that Yi Piaoling and the others had killed was definitely not a small number. Among them were their relatives and friends. Back then, Shindu Gate was also tricked by others. Our Shindu Gate had no intention to deal with the Wasteland Nation's World Assembly. Jiang Ruolin stepped forward, her bright eyes glowing. Her beautiful face revealed a helpless expression as she looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "That's because of the Shindu Gate. If it wasn't for the fact that the Huang country's World Assembly had the ability to protect itself, I'm afraid that the Huang country's World Assembly would have ceased to exist today." Du Xiaofu looked at Jiang Ruolin and said, "The desolate country and the world will protect the departed souls of the nether border. They need justice to rest in peace." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu stepped forward and walked toward the Shindu Gate. He crossed the space and ran amok. "Du Xiaofu, what are you trying to do?" Barging into the Shindu Gate. "Do you think our Shindu Gate is just a decoration?" An old man from the Shindu Gate shouted. He couldn't let the Shindu Gate end up like the Xianming sect and let Du Xiaofu barge in. That would make the Shindu Gate lose face. Therefore, he warned Du Xiaofu, "So what if I barge in?" Back then, the Shindu Gate invaded our Huang country. "Do you think our Huang country and the World Assembly are just decorations?" Du Xiaofu didn't back down or stop. He retorted with a question, which made him seem even fiercer. With the fourth and fifth elder around, Du Xiaofu was not afraid of the older generation of the Celestial Capital sect who had been cultivating for a long time. He was only here to seek justice. Since the Celestial Capital sect dared to invade the desolate nation's world meeting, they must pay the price. If you take one more step forward, the Shindu Gate won't be polite anymore. The old man spoke again. His eyes were shining, and his aura was still surging. It was sharp and fierce, and the warning was even more intense. This was the Shindu Gate, and Du Xiaofu couldn't be allowed to barge in. "I'm going. What can you do to me?" Du Xiaofu replied. His purple robe fluttered as he went straight to the immortal capital. He stepped across the void, and his body was shrouded in a golden radiance. His aura was domineering, and his face was resolute. His eyes were sharp and frightening. "Humph, back off." The old man from the immortal capital sect could no longer hold himself back. Another figure leapt out. It wasn't just one, but two. There was also an old woman. Boom! Suddenly, two terrifying auras that froze the void soared into the sky. Resplendent light filled the sky, and at the same time the surroundings were boiling. An old man and an old woman rushed out. Two powerful auras of the early domain realm suddenly burst out and froze the void. One of them was a 9-star talisman master, while the other was an early martial domain realm cultivator. One was a primordial spirit attack, while the other was a strength attack. They complemented each other. The two of them urged their attacks and their power soared. The two attacks were seamless, and they directly attacked Du Xiaofu. The experts of the Shindu Gate had all received the news that the Wanyuan domain lord was no match for Du Xiaofu. He was crippled in one move. Therefore, at this moment, the two of them were early martial domain realm cultivators. The two of them were husband and wife, so the power of the combination of talisman and martial art soared. They had incomparable tacit understanding, and they were even more difficult to deal with. They wanted to stop Du Xiaofu. Boom! The instant the two domain realm cultivators attacked, the surrounding sky changed color, as if they were going to tear the city of 10,000 immortals apart. The power of the domain realm cultivators affected the energy of heaven and earth, and the void was dyed with resplendent talisman scripts. The primordial spirit attack was like a terrifying energy surging like an ocean. It rose and fell like stormy waves and swept towards Du Xiaofu. The martial arts attack was a footprint, as if it had descended from the sky. Talisman scripts intertwined, and divine power erupted. It destroyed the void, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the surroundings. However, the two of them had already used their methods to freeze the surroundings, and their strength sealed the void and did not leak out. If this kind of attack spread out, it was enough to raze a large part of the city of 10,000 immortals to the ground, turning it into ruins and annihilating countless creatures. The beautiful woman did not stop them. Her eyes were calm, as if she was watching. Elder Jialo Yi, Elder Jialo Yuantu, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Ouyang Shuang, and Yi Zijin were also very calm at this moment. They did not even change their expressions. In the face of the sudden attack, the speed of the martial domain realm cultivators was extremely fast. Everything was as fast as lightning, and they instantly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. However, Du Xiaofu still did not stop. Golden light shot out from his clear eyes, and the smile at the corners of his mouth began to emit a kind of chilling intent. He responded with his actions. Instead of retreating, he advanced, sending a punch towards the footprint. Boom! In an instant, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body was terrifyingly domineering. His entire body was covered in golden light, and mysterious golden talisman scripts flickered. A mysterious power spread out from his body, as if an overlord was suppressing the surroundings. This time, Du Xiaofu had come to various sects to establish his prestige. He wanted to tell the entire central state that the desolate country was not tolerated. Since he was the Demon King, he had to intimidate everyone. You think you can block my path? Get lost! Du Xiaofu shouted and punched out. The golden talisman scripts were like raging waves beating the shore. In the frozen void, it directly collided with the footprint. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, Du Xiaofu's eyes were covered in white divine light. A silver-gold flowing light swept out from between his eyebrows, and it could only transform into a silver-gold long spear in the void. It directly pierced through the void, and a great supreme pressure descended, destroying everything. Nothing could stop it. Boom! The entire void boiled. Gorgeous talisman scripts fluttered and the void boiled. At the place of collision, pitch-black cracks appeared. At this moment, if the void had not been confined, it was unknown how many creatures in the city of immortals below would have suffered an unexpected calamity, and how many places would have been razed to the ground. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The footprint that was attacking Du Xiaofu was destroyed in an instant. The sole of the foot directly cracked and shattered, and a bloody mist poured out. Then, the sole of the foot began to crumble inch by inch. Whoosh! A silver-gold talisman spear overflowed with electric arcs, destroying everything in its path, and swept into the forehead of an old woman. Poochie! Blood burst out from their mouths. They directly fell from the sky and heavily smashed into the vast square below. Bang, bang! The ground of the square cracked and spread in all directions like a spider web. The old man's right foot had turned into a bloody mist, and it was impossible to connect it back. He screamed and wailed. His face was as pale as ash, and the corner of his mouth was dripping with blood. Even the flesh of the old man's abdomen was cracked, and blood was flowing out. It was obvious that Du Xiaofu's punch had not only shattered his foot, but also the divine watchtower in his body. What kind of great strength was this to be able to heavily injure a martial domain realm expert like this? The old woman's face was also as pale as ash. Her eyes were lifeless, and blood was flowing out of her 7 orifices. It was obvious that her primordial spirit was almost destroyed. 2 domain realm experts had attacked. But in the blink of an eye, one's divine watchtower had been destroyed, and the other's primordial spirit had been destroyed. The surroundings were silent. No one had thought that the 2 martial domain realm experts would be so weak. These 2 martial domain realm experts had cooperated perfectly, and their tacit understanding was incomparable. In the end, they still ended up so miserable. Du Xiaofu, how dare you! The loud shout was like thunder. Suddenly, from the depths of the Shindu Gate, an old figure suddenly descended from the sky. The runes on his body were resplendent, and the aura on his body was monstrous. It swept through this part of the world like a wave. That terrifying aura was many times stronger than the two domain realm experts who had just attacked. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. A great domain realm expert actually dares to attack a junior. Shindu Gate is also so shameless. However, just as the old man moved, a domineering shout resounded throughout the city of 10,000 immortals. A golden light exploded in the void like a sun, and in an instant the golden light covered the void. A majestic old man dressed in tight clothes appeared. On his exposed shoulders and arms, circles of ancient golden runes seemed to be alive at this moment. They were filled with a mighty power, and they revealed the domineering supreme aura of a demon beast that could dominate the world. It was the fifth elder of the golden-winged rock clan, Jialo Yuantu. Nailan Yuching, you also want to attack? Then I'll fight with you. Fifth elder Jialo, yes, figure appeared in front of the beautiful woman at the same time. His thin and small figure caused the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble for no reason. His long red hair fluttered slightly, as if it could turn into divine fire. The beautiful woman's aura seemed to fluctuate, but it was immediately blocked by fifth elder Jialoyi, causing the woman's expression to fluctuate. Chi! A golden claw stretched out from the void, accompanied by a golden light. It was like a miracle, and the surrounding void collapsed inch by inch. With an unparalleled momentum, it directly grabbed the Shindu Gate elder, who was about to attack like a chicken in the claw. Chapter 1458. Puff, puff! The old man's face was filled with shock as the claw pressed down, but it was too late. He couldn't stop it at all. His pupils shrank as he coughed up blood. The old man's Yuan spirit felt as if he was facing a supreme being. His great domain realm cultivation was enough to run amok in the central continent, but he was like an ant at this moment. He was filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. Your Jin E! At the last moment, the old man seemed to have sensed something, and a terrifying shock surged from the depths of his eyes. Ant-like thing, bullying the young with your old age. Do you really think we're talking nonsense? Fifth elder Jialo Yuantu shouted, his voice drowning out the old man. His majestic figure was wrapped in golden light, and he was like a domineering supreme being looking down disdainfully. With a wave of his hand, the great domain realm old man of the Shindu Gate was thrown down like a meteor, smashing into the celestial capital. Rumble, the celestial capital shook, and many majestic palaces collapsed, sending rubble flying in all directions. Puff, puff! The old man was buried in the rubble. When he struggled to climb out, he was already battered and exhausted. His clothes were ragged, and he was spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His body was cracked, and his eyes were filled with fear. However, it seemed that he wasn't crippled, but just seriously injured. The entire celestial capital was deathly silent. In an instant, 2 domains of the Shindu Gate had been destroyed. An even stronger expert had attacked, but he was thrown away like an ant by the domineering old man. Perhaps only now did everyone realize why the Demon King Du Xiaofu dared to bring a dozen people directly to the Shindu Gate. Nailan Yuching, I'll give you face this time. Consider it a small favor for helping my clan. If the Shindu Gate doesn't know what's good for them and bullies the young, then don't blame me for being impolite. When the time comes, I'll massacre your celestial capital. Fifth elder Jialo Yuantu turned his head and looked at the beautiful woman Nailan Yuching. The ancient golden runes on his arm fluctuated. How domineering! At this moment, the experts of the Shindu Gate opened their mouths in shock. Perhaps only now did they understand why the news they received said that Morongu Ing of the profound underworld sect was there, but he couldn't stop Du Xiaofu from unleashing his might in the profound underworld sect. That elder's strength was too tyrannical to a terrifying degree. Even Elder Sien seemed powerless to stop him. Thank you for showing mercy. Looking at the scene in front of her, Nayland Yuching sighed. Her voice was still old. She knew that if the two acquaintances in front of her started a massacre in the celestial capital, the entire celestial capital would be bathed in blood. It was enough to make rivers of blood flow in the myriad immortal city. In this world, there were not many people who could stop that terrifying clan. Nayland Yuching looked at Du Xiaofu. She was equally shocked, crippling 2 domain realm experts in one fell swoop, one with martial arts and the other with spirit. It was enough to prove that the young man in front of her, whether it was spirit or martial arts, had reached a terrifying level. He was a terrifying dual cultivator, and both of them were abnormally strong. Little friend, if you want anything, you can take it in the celestial capital. Nayland Yuching said. She didn't intend to stop him anymore. She knew that she was powerless to stop him. Otherwise, the celestial capital would be bathed in blood today. I just want justice. Du Xiaofu's expression didn't change. Under everyone's gaze, he directly crossed the void and stepped into the celestial capital. Inside the Xindu Gate, Jiang Danqing, Jiang Roland, and the others' expressions changed, but they couldn't say anything. Those Xindu Gate experts didn't dare to stop him at all. In the celestial capital, there was a huge cultivation pavilion. The 3 words Celestial Martial Palace emitted a boundless and ancient aura, and mist filled the air. The disciples of the Xindu Gate knew that this was the place where martial arts, formations, secret bones, and other cultivation resources were stored. It was the forbidden area of the Xindu Gate. Boom! Around the celestial martial palace, the energy of heaven and earth fluctuated. This was the forbidden area of the Xindu Gate. A powerful talisman formation was set up, enough to prevent ordinary martial domain realm experts from getting close. Obviously, they seemed to have received the news of what happened in the profound underworld sect. At this moment, many forbidden areas of the Xindu Gate were set up with talisman formations, wanting to make Du Xiaofu retreat. I'll take this one. It looks good. Du Xiaofu appeared outside the celestial martial palace. His eyes were filled with a golden light as he looked at the celestial martial palace, surrounded by the talisman formation. Ordinary martial domain realm experts can forget about breaking through this formation. Could it be that this demon king wants to break through the formation by force? The experts of the Xindu Gate followed behind. They looked at Du Xiaofu from afar and discussed in low voices. They watched as the demon king rampaged through the Xindu Gate. They felt sullen in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. No one in the same generation could stop the demon king. If the older generation made a move, they would immediately be trampled by the 2 domineering and mysterious old men. This was definitely the most sullen day in the history of the Xindu Gate. Since ancient times, no one had dared to be so impudent and disrespectful in the Xindu Gate. However, when the purple-robed youth arrived, they could only stare. Chi! Du Xiaofu moved. Golden light erupted from his body. Golden talisman runes flickered and rushed out. The image of a golden ape faintly appeared. Aho! The golden ape roared. The golden talisman runes wrapped around its body flickered. Its aura was full of vitality as it communicated with the heavens and earth. It gave people a feeling as if the heavens and earth had just been created. Many trembling gazes were on the verge of prostrating themselves. The golden ape was like a living creature in the air. It emitted a kind of origin energy that came from the heavens and earth. Endless, dazzling light erupted. Its power seemed to be able to suppress and destroy the surrounding space. Then it wrapped around Du Xiaofu's body. He ignored the formation as if it was nothing. Under the stunned gazes, he directly entered the talisman formation. Rumble! In the next instant, the enormous celestial martial palace that was wrapped in the talisman formation collapsed amidst rumbling and trembling sounds. Impossible, this is impossible. How can he ignore the great formation of our Shindu Gate? Many experts of the Shindu Gate cried out in surprise. While they were in disbelief, Du Xiaofu had already charged out of the talisman formation once again. His purple robe fluttered. In the next instant, he appeared in front of the Shindu Gate's main palace. The enormous white main palace seemed to be carved out of jade. It towered into the clouds. Talisman runes were inscribed on the enormous stone pillars. Ferocious images of strange birds and beasts filled the hall with radiance. A vigorous aura undulated. It had been left behind since ancient times and carried the vicissitudes of thousands of years. Rise! Du Xiaofu stood in front of the main palace. In comparison, he was like an ant. He slightly raised his head and walked forward. Golden light erupted from his hands and grabbed onto the enormous stone pillar. With a loud shout, the enormous stone pillar that was more than 100 feet tall was forcefully pulled out from the ground. In the end, it was forcefully pulled out and fell to the ground. What kind of brute force was this? Not to mention that the stone pillar weighed more than 10,000 pounds. It was also the pillar of the Shindu Gate's main palace. If one wanted to pull it out, even a savage beast that had just ascended to the martial domain realm would not be able to move it in the slightest. However, this purple-robed youth had forcefully pulled it out. How incomparably ferocious was this? It shocked everyone. Seeing this scene, the countless onlookers far away from the Shindu Gate had already sucked in a breath of cold air. Their throats were dry. Rise! Following the gourd's pattern, under countless trembling gazes, the second stone pillar was pulled out by Du Xiaofu once again. Then he kicked the enormous stone pillar on the ground with one hand and kicked it into the air. His figure leaped up like a divine ape leaping into the sky, and also like a giant rock flapping its wings to soar into the sky. Each of his hands held a huge stone pillar and directly floated in the air. How shocking was this scene! Let's go! Du Xiaofu soared into the sky and removed the two enormous stone pillars of the Shindu Gate's main palace. After a few flashes, he disappeared into the distant sky. Hiss, hiss! The four enormous skeletons of the snake clan roared and released a terrifying aura that made people tremble in fear. They pulled the carriage, together with Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Jialo Yuantu, and the others, and directly disappeared into the sky. Shindu Gate has made the wrong choice. Jiang Rolin looked at the figure in front of her that gradually disappeared with the two huge stone pillars. Her clear eyes were filled with fluctuations. The young disciples of Shindu Gate below were still in a state of shock. Many of them were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But in front of the purple-robed young man who looked like the Demon King, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. They thought that they were talented and outstanding among their peers. They were arrogant and did not put ordinary people in their eyes. But now they knew that compared to the purple-robed young man, they were nothing. They were afraid that they were not even worth a fart. Old Xian, that kid is too much. In the dead atmosphere, the old men of Shindu Gate looked at Nalin Yuching with tears on their old faces. Many old men were unwilling. This was the most humiliating day in the history of Shindu Gate. They were really unwilling to accept that the dignified Shindu Gate was humiliated by a small world club in the wasteland country. Go back. Nalin Yuching sighed. Her figure flickered and then disappeared in midair. Demon King Du Xiaofu is still so cruel and overbearing. This is Demon King Du Xiaofu's revenge. Shindu Gate offended the World Club in the wasteland country. This Demon King is here to take revenge. 2 stone pillars in the Shindu Gate Hall were torn down. This is a humiliation that Shindu Gate has never experienced before. After a long time in front of the gate of the celestial capital, countless onlookers gasped and came back to their senses. There was a lot of discussion, and the news spread like a storm. Basically, they have all been taken away. There are not many cultivation resources left in the immortal martial hall. Inside the Shindu Gate, After a while, many elders and protectors' faces changed greatly. They were all about to cry. The immortal martial hall, which stored all the cultivation resources, had been razed to the ground. Many beams had disappeared. Even more of the secret bones, martial skills, talisman arrays, and other cultivation resources were all gone. The shame of our Shindu Gate! An old man cried out involuntarily. He spat out blood. He regarded the Shindu Gate as his life. He could no longer bear it and spat out blood, suffering from internal injuries. Chapter 1459. That's the real Demon King. Why didn't the devil religion and the divine light court kill him back then? A Shindu Gate expert cursed as he looked at the ruins of the immortal martial hall. Countless cultivation resources had disappeared, and he almost collapsed to the ground. We can't go back to what happened back then. Jiang Roland's clear eyes dimmed. Back on the Tianhuang continent, he had personally handed her dragon meat and dragon bone soup. Now everything had changed. Time passed slowly, and the Central Plains was once again in an uproar. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had just gone to the Xianming sect and almost destroyed it. Then the Shindu Gate was almost destroyed by Du Xiaofu. Everyone who heard this widened their eyes. That Demon King is going to settle accounts with each sect. Even the Shindu Gate has been visited by the Demon King. I wonder which sect will be next. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, has visited all the sects that have already left the Purifying Evil Alliance. Next should be the Huijian sect or the Immeasurable sect, right? This Demon King is still as ferocious as ever. Time passed quietly as the Central Plains buzzed with discussion. The Huijian sect was also one of the 9 great powers of the Central Plains. The fact that it stood tall above the Central Plains was already proof of its terrifying foundation and strength. The Huijian sect was the holy land of all sword cultivators in the Central Plains. There were even sword cultivators from the other 8 continents who wanted to enter the Huijian sect to comprehend the way of the sword. It was rumored that in ancient times the Huijian sect was just a small sect. Later on, an ancestor of the sect comprehended his own way of the sword and defeated Kyushu experts with a single sword strike. His name shook the Kyushu continent and brought the Huijian sect to its current height. The vast plains were boundless. Deep within, there are countless sword-like peaks that pierce the sky. They were all as tall as the clouds, forming a vast mountain range that stretched between heaven and earth. It was vast and majestic, powerful, and overwhelming in all directions. Among the peaks, simple and unadorned buildings could be seen. This was the core of the Huijian sect. Kyushu called it the 10,000 Sword Mountain Range. It was rumored that there were countless treasured swords buried deep within the mountain range. Only those who were destined to obtain them. 10,000 sword, 10,000 sword mountain, 10,000 sword. The Xianming sect, the Huijian sect, the Huijian sect. Where will the Demon King go next? Is he going to the Huijian sect? The Huijian sect? That's right. The 1,000 that the king, the 1,000 that realm, 2 Huijian, 1,000. No way. That Demon King Du Xiaofu is already so terrifying. How many years has it been? Back then, the Demon King escaped from the Central Plains from the Divine Light Court and the Devil Religion. The atmosphere within the Huijian sect was extremely tense these days. The experts within the Huijian sect had all received news of the Demon King Du Xiaofu's actions in the Xianming sect and the Shindu Gate. Then, the news spread to the entire Huijian sect. Almost all the disciples of the Huijian sect knew about it. The disciples of the Huijian sect were nervous. They had been tense these days, afraid that the Demon King would also come to the Huijian sect. However, just as the disciples of the Huijian sect were nervous, for gigantic serpent skeletons arrived, as if dragons were pulling a carriage. The entire journey was astonishing as it crossed the vast plains. The hidden sentries within the Huijian sect immediately sent back news. Clang, Within the Huijian sect, the sound of an ancient bell rang. It was the sound of a warning. Only when a powerful enemy was about to invade would such a sound be heard. Not good. A powerful enemy is about to invade. Quickly go and meet them. There was an uproar within the Huijian sect. One figure after another immediately flew out. Although there was an uproar, it was not chaotic. They directly flew out of the Huijian sect. Every disciple's robe, regardless of gender, had a lifelike sword-shaped pattern embroidered on their shoulders. That was the insignia of the Huijian sect. In the air outside the Huijian sect, when a large number of disciples rushed out with swords in their hands, there were already many experts in the air. Runes shone brightly, and illusory images of swords bloomed in the air. The pressure froze the air, causing the mountains to rumble. Hum, hum! The entire Huijian sect was filled with the sound of swords. It was like the sound of wind and thunder. The spiritual energy was abundant, and the mist was hazy. The mountain peaks rose up and down like countless peerless swords. The mist rose up, and it was like a holy land. Hiss, hiss! The enormous creature roared, and the wind and clouds surged in the air. The terrifying aura made people tremble in fear. A dozen figures flew out of the carriage. At the front was a purple-robed youth. His face was resolute and determined. He stood on the sinister head of a three-headed sea dragon snake. He's here. A youth exuding a faint aura. He seemed to be 24 or 25 years old. His bright black eyes seemed to be able to see through reincarnation. He looked at the purple-robed youth on the sinister head of the three-headed sea dragon snake. His eyes trembled. The youth wore a long robe and was slender. On his back were three sheathed-long swords that spread out like a fan. His expression gave off an extremely sharp feeling. There was a sharp glint, like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. He was the strongest of the younger generation of the Huijian sect, Nameless. Back in the sealed ancient land of the central continent, he was one of the top 10 prodigies. He had also fought with Du Xiaofu before, and in the end he had helped Du Xiaofu comprehend the dominating sword way. Later, the two of them had met on the Tianhuang continent. They had eaten dragon meat and drunk dragon bone soup together. But now, when they met again, the atmosphere was no longer the same as before. The Huijian sect invaded the barren country and killed the disciples of the world society. They bullied the barren country because we had no one. Today, I'm here to pay a visit. If anyone can defeat me, I'll leave immediately. In the future, the disciples of the world society of the barren country are not allowed to stay within a 10-mile radius of the Huijian sect. Otherwise, I'll use my own method to seek justice and let my disciples rest in peace. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything else. His voice rumbled like thunder as he flew directly into the Huijian sect. Back then, it was all a misunderstanding. The Huijian sect only wanted to cleanse the evil spirits. Nameless said. He walked into the air and looked at Du Xiaofu. On the Tianhuang continent, I once drank with you. We ate dragon bones and drank dragon soup together. Nameless, you've disappointed me. Du Xiaofu looked straight at Nameless, his eyes shining with golden light. I shouldn't have doubted the world society of the barren country. Everything I said was superfluous. Nameless felt guilty and sighed. If you want to stop me, then make your move. Du Xiaofu flew into the air. He didn't stop and charged straight into the Huijian sect. I have the responsibility to protect the sect. I know I'm no match for you. But I can't let you take a step forward, Nameless said. His body shone brightly. The golden, white, and yellow swords on his back suddenly flew out, causing the surrounding sky to tremble. Whoosh, 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 the three swords flew out together. The three energy swords were accompanied by lightning and thunder wherever they passed. Mysterious and dazzling runes appeared like 3 bolts of lightning. At this moment, a terrifying determination filled the air and solidified the void. It was as if thousands of swords were humming at the same time. Buzz, but the terrifying sword aura was accompanied by gusts of wind and thunder. It was accompanied by an explosion of monstrous energy that swept out in all directions. Countless sword auras filled the sky, causing everyone below to be shocked. This was sword intent. Back in the battle with Du Xiaofu in the sealed ancient land, Nameless had sworn that he would comprehend sword intent. Now, Nameless had finally succeeded. The terrifying sword intent filled the void. "You're no match for me," Du Xiaofu said indifferently, just as the countless sword rays that covered the sky and covered the void came crashing down. He waved his hand, and a golden claw print stretched out. It distorted the void and directly crushed the sword rays in the void. Crack! The 3 treasured swords were crushed by the golden claw. They were crushed like twigs and then shattered into pieces. Puff! Nameless spat out blood and was knocked back. He couldn't resist a single move. Senior brother Nameless comprehended sword intent, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Countless disciples of the Huijian sect were speechless. Their hearts trembled. The Demon King was so powerful. "Young friend, the Huijian sect has already withdrawn from the evil purifying alliance." A middle-aged man stepped out in front of Nameless. His robe had sword shadows lingering around it. He stood in the air like a sharp sword. "Who are you?" Du Xiaofu looked at the middle-aged man. Seeing that he had an extraordinary temperament, he said, "When I go to the Huijian sect, I don't defeat nameless people." Flawless Sword Wan Hongxi, the current sect leader of the Huijian sect. The middle-aged man said with dignity, "The evil purifying alliance will pay with blood. Those who offend the desolate country will also pay the price." Du Xiaofu looked at Wan Hongxi. His eyes were intimidating. "This is the Huijian sect. Young friend, your cultivation is extraordinary, but I'm afraid it's not enough to break into the Huijian sect. Why don't we just let it go?" Wan Hongxi said. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Nameless couldn't even resist a single move. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, indeed lived up to his reputation. He was ferocious and terrifying. I've said it before. If anyone below the martial domain realm can stop me, I'll leave. If anyone else tries to stop me, you'll have to bear the consequences. If you want to bully me because you're older, I don't mind bullying you." Du Xiaofu said. His voice reverberated like thunder. With the 4th elder and the 5th elder here, he wasn't afraid of the Huijian sect's threats. "Let me do it." A white-haired old man walked out from the crowd of the Huijian sect and said to Flawless Sword Wan Hongxi. His eyes were shining like sword shadows as he looked at Du Xiaofu. "Then I'll leave it to you, Uncle Master Jianhong." Flawless Sword Wan Hongxi looked at the white-haired old man and nodded respectfully. He immediately retreated. "It's Zone Leader Jianhong. He's going to attack." In front of the Huijian sect, the onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, "Zone Leader Jianhong? Who is he? Is he strong?" A young cultivator asked. He didn't know where Jianhong came from. Zone Leader Jianhong seems to be in the same generation as Gu Qingyang of the ancient Heaven sect. However, he was at the peak of his generation. He was also the leader of the top 10 geniuses in the sealed ancient land. He was known as the most talented person in the Huijian sect in the past 10,000 years. He was even more powerful than Gu Qingyang and was invincible at that time. He was obsessed with swordsmanship and didn't even care about the position of sect leader of the Huijian sect. Chapter 1460. It's not just that. It's said that after Jianhong Domain Overlord refined his body with thunder, he traveled across the ocean to experience Kyushu. He sharpened himself and obtained a supreme opportunity. It's said that Jianhong Domain Overlord once defeated the younger generation of the Phoenix clan on Wutong Mountain. 100 years ago, he surpassed his peers and entered the martial domain realm. He shocked the entire Kyushu. An elder spoke of Jianhong Domain Overlord's background. He was a terrifying and peerless existence. He was the most dazzling existence in Zhongzhou and left behind countless legends in Zhongzhou. You're called Jianhong, Domain Overlord? Du Xiaofu looked at the old man. From the discussions around him, he already knew the old man's name. My name is Jianhong. Although you've never seen me, I've seen you before. Your master, Gu Qingyang, and I have a good relationship. Jianhong, Domain Overlord, looked at Du Xiaofu. He had seen the battle between Du Xiaofu and Wu Ming in the talisman array images from the sealed ancient land. He had been shocked when he saw that Du Xiaofu had entered the heart sword state and comprehended the sword principle. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Jianhong Domain Overlord continued, I'm so envious of my old friend. I'm so jealous that you have such a disciple. If you want to stop me, I won't be polite either, Du Xiaofu said. His eyes were glowing with golden light. He could feel that the white-haired elder, Jianhong Domain Overlord, was extraordinary. I'm already taking advantage of my seniority to fight with you. However, the younger generation of the Huijian sect is disappointing. For the sake of the Huijian sect's reputation, I can only embarrass myself this time. Your master, Gu Qingyang, and I competed in the sword principle and lost 9 times. Your sword principle is also extraordinary. Why don't we compete in the sword principle today? If you lose, you can leave. If you win, the Huijian sect will have nothing to say and no one will stop you. Jianhong Domain Overlord looked at Du Xiaofu with deep eyes. Sword principle. Let's do it. Du Xiaofu nodded. There was not much emotion in his eyes. All right, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Jianhong Domain Master closed his eyes and sword radiance gushed out from his body. In an instant, the radiance covered the sky. A vigorous aura exploded like a bomb and swept out in all directions like a storm. What a powerful sword might! The surrounding intelligent sword sect disciples all trembled. That terrifying pressure caused the Xian Qi in their bodies to freeze. Their hearts and souls trembled, and they wanted to kneel down. He has just reached the peak of the martial domain realm and is a supreme talent. This fellow is not bad. 5th Elder Jialo Yuan looked at Domain Lord Jianhong and praised him. Martial uncle, what are you doing? Some of the intelligent sword sect's disciples resisted the terrifying pressure and looked up into the sky. They were surprised to see that the zone leader's eyes were closed. What do you know? Your uncle is trying to enter the heart sword state, said an elder of the Huijian sect. Elder, what is the heart sword? Hearing this, a few disciples of the Huijian sect asked curiously. For those who use the heart sword, their heart is their sword, and their sword is their heart. When they become one with their sword, they transcend sword techniques and enter their own sword principle, said an elder of the Huijian sect. An elder from the intelligent sword sect spoke. His eyes shone with yearning as he looked forward and said, Your senior uncle entered the state of the heart sword a long time ago and comprehended his own way of the sword. That was why he could suppress his peers in the Central Plains and defeat the pure-blooded phoenix, descendant on Wudong Mountain. Martial uncle is so powerful. Hearing this, many of the Huijian sect's disciples were filled with yearning and pride. May I ask what kind of sword principle uncle comprehended? An extraordinary youth of the Huijian sect asked the elder of the Huijian sect. The quick sword principle, said the elder of the Huijian sect, his eyes shining brightly. Chi! Just as the elder finished speaking, Jianhong region lord's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. The bright light in his eyes seemed to have materialized into a sword and shot into the sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky surged like a raging tide. At this moment, Jianhong region lord crossed the sky, his entire body shining with sword light. It was as if he had merged with the sky and earth. His fierce aura surged, and his entire person seemed to be a divine sword standing between the sky and earth, containing a terrifying wave of sword intent. The heart sword state, Jianhong is entering the heart sword state again. As if sensing something, many cultivators of the Huijian sect trembled with joy. The heart sword state was something that could only be encountered by chance. For cultivators of the sword principle, every time they entered the heart sword state, it meant that they had gained a great amount of insight. It was another leap in the sword principle. 100 years ago, Jianhong region lord relied on the heart sword state to finally comprehend the quick sword principle. Then he went straight to the martial field and Peerless central plains. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Jianhong Yu took the initiative and rushed straight towards Du Xiaofu. His figure changed into thousands of illusions in an instant. It was as if he had turned into thousands of figures in an instant. Thousands upon thousands of sword lights covered the entire sky, and the sword aura swept across the universe. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword light cutting through the void. Countless sword lights were bright, and they were all like lightning bolts, slashing at Du Xiaofu. The most terrifying thing about the terrifying sword light was that it contained a kind of sword intent. Before the sword light arrived, the sword intent was already as fast as lightning. With a thought, it could shatter mountains and rivers, make the sky and earth collapse, and make spatial cracks appear. This dense sword tide was accompanied by a terrifying sword intent. It made the sun and moon lose their light, and made the sky above the Huijian sect turn dark. In the entire sky, there was only the dense sword light covering the sky, crisscrossing and descending like thunder, slashing at Du Xiaofu. The terrifying sword intent and sword light, the pressure was unimaginably strong. Buzz, buzz, the treasured swords in the hands of all the disciples of the Huijian sect buzzed. In the end, they flew out of their hands and involuntarily jumped into the air, rushing towards Du Xiaofu. The terrifying sword intent had already affected the laws of heaven and earth. Not bad. At the same level, it would be difficult for humans to find a match for you. Fourth Elder Jialo Yi praised. His red hair rose like a divine fire, and the golden light in his eyes fluctuated with surprise. There are thousands of sword moves in the world and thousands of changes, but speed is unbreakable. Quick sword principle. The old voice spread out, accompanied by a powerful force. The sword aura that could tear the sky and earth and could cut through the void had already enveloped Du Xiaofu. In an instant, countless old figures appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. It was unknown which one was real and which one was fake. The speed was too fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. I have seen through your essence. You can't escape it. So what's the use of being fast? With the Bright Saint sword manual, it will be easy for me to break your Tao. Du Xiaofu softly shouted. He looked at the densely packed figures and terrifying sword qi, but he did not move at all. He merely stared at the front and waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, many complex and mysterious sword moves gathered together at lightning speed. In the end, they turned into a sword and instantly spread out with a lightning-like momentum. This sword swept out, cutting through the void. It was like a golden bolt of lightning illuminating the void. A terrifying aura rushed into the heavens. The sword light was more blazing than fire and more dazzling than lightning. It contained a terrifying sword intent. It was a type of sword Tao. Du Xiaofu used the last move of the Bright Saint sword manual, the roar of the holy sword. It contained his own sword principle, and the sword light pierced through the void, releasing endless sword intent. Crack, crack! When this sword appeared, the countless treasured swords that the disciples of the Huijian sect couldn't help but suddenly stop in midair, as if they had been crushed by a great force. They cracked one after another and turned to dust. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's sword cut through the void. It was unstoppable and turned into endless sword light. Sword qi swept out in all directions, destroying Zone Master Jinhong's sword light like it was rotten wood. It also destroyed the fast sword principle's sword intent, turning into flowing light that disappeared into the void. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's sword light was not extinguished. It surpassed the void, and a figure appeared. The arm that used the hand as a sword was directly cut off. Blood spurted out, and the severed arm fell to the ground, dripping with blood. However, the eyes were still in a daze. All of this happened too quickly. It happened in just 2 or 3 breaths. In the end, this was the result. This is impossible. Elder Jianhong was defeated. How could this be? In the Huijian sect, countless people's eyes were filled with despair. Zone Master Jianhong was the most talented disciple of the Huijian sect in the past 10,000 years. He had just reached the peak of the martial domain realm. When he fought with Du Xiaofu, he was already bullying the weak. However, in the end, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. The fast sword principle was destroyed so easily. This result made all the disciples of the Huijian sect, regardless of their strength, unable to believe it. They were unwilling to accept this result as reality. That demon king is even more powerful than the legends say. How can he be so powerful? In the Huijian sect, an elder couldn't help but tremble. For the sake of my master, I won't kill you today. Du Xiaofu looked at Zone Master Jianhong calmly. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone with golden light. You defeated my fast sword principle with the bright saint sword manual. I lost, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Gu Qingyang took in a good disciple. He defeated me with his disciple, so what if I defeated him 9 times? Zone Master Jianhong spoke to stop the bleeding from his severed arm. He waved his hand and grabbed his severed arm. His face was pale, and his eyes seemed to be in a daze. He turned around and left. As soon as he finished speaking, he said in a frightened voice, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a while. If I can comprehend something, my defeat is not unjustified. As soon as he finished speaking, Jianhong's figure disappeared in midair. That guy still hasn't come out of the heart sword state. He gained an epiphany after this battle. How extraordinary. 5th Elder Jello Yuantu was very interested. He murmured to himself and showed his admiration for Zone Master Jianhong. He lost. Elder Jianhong was defeated in 1 move. The sky was dead silent. All the disciples of the Huijian sect looked at the purple-robed figure with trembling eyes. That purple-robed youth was so young, but he was already so terrifying. He was even more terrifying than the legend said. Dongli Chihuang has already reached the nirvana stage. I wonder who will win between the 2 of them. Some of the experts of the Huijian sect couldn't help but compare in their hearts. A nirvana stage expert was an invincible existence among his peers. It was impossible to defeat him. However, this demon king, Du Xiaofu, was also as powerful as a true demon. Chapter 1461. When the demon king meets a Ji Zun, who will win? Just thinking about it made people look forward to it. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Flawless sword, Wan Hongshi sighed. Who still wants to stop me? Du Xiaofu's shout was like thunder. His voice was incomparably disdainful. Then he soared through the air and walked into the intelligent sword sect. The Heavenly Sword Tower was the place where the intelligent sword sect's disciples chose their martial techniques and sword techniques. There were also many cultivation resources stored there. It was a forbidden area of the intelligent sword sect. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared outside the Heavenly Sword Tower at this moment. He looked at the towering Heavenly Sword Tower. Rumble, with a sweep of his purple sleeve, a terrifying golden light rushed out. It was dazzling and resplendent, connecting with the energy of heaven and earth. In the next instant, it was destroyed. The towering Heavenly Sword Tower instantly collapsed. The surrounding experts of the intelligent sword sect watched from afar. Their hearts trembled and their eyes were filled with unwillingness. When had the intelligent sword sect ever been humiliated like this? The huge Heavenly Sword Tower collapsed. Only a few martial techniques, sword techniques, and cultivation resources were scattered around. Du Xiaofu collected quite a number of quaint giant trees and then left. Good. We received news in advance that the Demon King is wantonly plundering the Shindu Gate and the Xianming sect. We moved the cultivation resources in the Heavenly Sword Tower. Watching Du Xiaofu leave, many elders and experts of the Intelligent Sword sect revealed treacherous smiles. It was as if they had won against Du Xiaofu. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Before this, they had been on guard against everything, so they had moved the cultivation resources in many places. However, not long after, the experts of the Intelligent Sword sect were on the verge of tears. They followed Du Xiaofu to a plane filled with energy of heaven and earth. This was the place where the Intelligent Sword sect cultivated spirit herbs and natural treasures. Although there are some extraordinary talisman formations around it, they couldn't stop Du Xiaofu at all. Within the medicinal field, wherever Du Xiaofu passed by, it was a mess. Even the ground was dug 3 feet deep. Du Xiaofu had also taken away all the spiritual soil used to cultivate spiritual herbs. Wherever he went, it was like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. My herbal field, a spiritual herb cultivated by a beast like me. I have so many precious medicines. An old man from the Intelligent Sword sect, who was in charge of the herb fields, let out a heart-wrenching howl. Moments later, Du Xiaofu's silhouette appeared in front of a huge mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, he activated his beast energy. The Jiao dragon roared and the ferocious tiger roared, destroying the huge mountain peak. Suddenly, multicolored light soared into the sky, and energy swept out in all directions. Countless martial skills, secret bones, treasured swords, and other cultivation resources were revealed. In the end, Du Xiaofu swept his purple robe sleeve and took away everything that caught his eye. Then he swaggered off. How did that bastard find this place? We hid all the cultivation resources in this cave and set up a concealment spell. No one can find it. How did that bastard Du Xiaofu find this place? Instantly, the group of Intelligent Sword sect cultivators blew their beards and stared at him. They were so heartbroken that they couldn't speak. It was precisely because they had to be wary of Du Xiaofu that they had gathered all these cultivation resources together and hidden them in this mountain peak. Who would have thought that Du Xiaofu would take them all in one fell swoop? Even the slightly better cultivation resources had been taken away. That's a pain in the ass. The Xianming sect and the Shindu Gate have both suffered heavy losses. The Intelligent Sword sect won't be able to escape either. How could that little bastard do this? Why didn't the ancestor come out and take care of that bastard? That bastard should have been killed by the devil religion and the divine light court back then. He wouldn't have come to harm the Intelligent Sword sect now. Many Intelligent Sword sect cultivators beat their chests and stomped their feet. They didn't care about their image at all. Puffed. Some narrow-minded elders of the Intelligent Sword sect were so angry that their blood rushed to their hearts, and they spat out blood. Rise! Not long after, within the Intelligent Sword sect, a gigantic mountain peak that was thousands of feet tall rose from the ground with a thunderous roar. Then it leaped into the air. Under the mountain peak, golden light erupted for tens of thousands of feet. A person lifted the mountain peak and flew into the air. Then he directly left. Looking at it from afar, it was a huge flying mountain that flew across the plains. How shocking was that? That's a treasure mountain. There's a spirit spring that can cleanse the bodies of disciples. It's a priceless treasure of the Intelligent Sword sect. It was used to protect the sect, but it was taken away by that pain in the ass. Ancestor, why didn't you come out and stop that little bastard? This is a great humiliation. This is a great humiliation to the Intelligent Sword sect. Puffed. Countless Intelligent Sword sect cultivators beat their chests and called for the ancestor. Some elders were so angry that they spat out blood again. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, left, and the carriage pulled by the 4 giants also left. However, the shock in the hearts of the intelligent sword sect disciples and the spectators in the distance didn't dissipate for a long time. Then the news spread from the intelligent sword sect like a storm. Several days later, at dusk, the setting sun filled the sky within the ancient heaven sect. The profound underworld sect, the Shindu Gate, the intelligent sword sect. Could it be the immeasurable sect next? That kid is really savage. In the main hall, Sima Taxing's glass-like eyes were also filled with shock. That old bastard Jianhong lost. It's a good loss. Now he's gotten his revenge. I told you that our ancient heaven sect's bright saint sword manual is better than his bullshit, swift sword path. Elder Gu Qingyang smiled and danced with joy. He was inexplicably excited. When he heard the news, he was so happy that it was as if he was the one who had defeated Domain Lord Jianhong. With Domain Lord Jianhong's cultivation, it's almost impossible for him to find a match among those who have just reached the martial domain realm. He was also defeated in one move. How strong is that kid's cultivation? Even I can't see through it. Sima Taxing's eyes were filled with doubt. Suddenly his glass-like eyes lit up, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He muttered softly, "Is that kid also?" The entire central continent was in an uproar. The profound underworld sect, the Shindu Gate, and the intelligent sword sect couldn't escape this calamity. They were all swept away by the Demon King. Once the news spread, it was like a bomb had exploded. Countless forces, large and small, were terrified. This was especially true for the forces that had joined the Purifying Evil Alliance back then. All of them were trembling in fear and restless. Too strong. That Demon King is savage. He's really a role model for our generation. If only I had that kind of strength. In the entire central continent, no one would dare to bully me. Forget about you. With your strength, you would have died a long time ago if you went to those 3 forces. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, has swept away the 3 forces. I'm afraid he's the fiercest person since ancient times. I wonder if the Wasteland Nations World Society is still recruiting disciples. Joining the Wasteland Nations World Society is better than joining the 9 forces. In the future, in the central continent, I'm afraid that at least the disciples of the profound underworld sect, the intelligent sword sect, and the Shindu Gate will have to stand aside when they see us. In the streets and alleys, after tea and meals, almost everyone in the central continent who had heard the news was talking about the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. There were also some extraordinary people who were talking about the comparison between the Dongli Qihuang and the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. The Dongli Qihuang has reached the Nirvana stage and is said to be invincible among his peers. He can crush his peers. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is the leader of the 10 heavenly prides and the leader of the 12 heroes of Kyushu. He crippled several martial domain realm cultivators of the profound underworld sect's Shindu Gate and defeated the intelligent sword sect's territory, Lord Jianhong, in one move. These 2 are destined to fight on the 8th of August. I wonder who will be stronger and who will be weaker? It's really hard to say. The Nirvana stage is a legend in the entire Kyushu. However, the Demon King Du Xiaofu's performance is too savage and powerful. However, the Nirvana stage is an ancient legend. Although the Demon King Du Xiaofu is strong, he might be at a disadvantage when the time comes. That's not necessarily true. No one knows the exact cultivation level of the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Rumor has it that the intelligent sword sect's territory, Lord Jianhong, is invincible in the initial martial domain realm. The Demon King Du Xiaofu can defeat territory Lord Jianhong in one move. His strength might even surpass the initial martial domain realm. After the initial martial domain realm, it is the rumored sealed territory realm. Du Xiaofu has only been cultivating for a few years. How could he reach such a terrifying level of cultivation so easily? That Du Xiaofu is too terrifying. Back in the Central Continent, he often defeated opponents above his level. It should be impossible for him to reach the sealed territory realm. Rumor has it that the demon king Du Xiaofu went to the three great mountain sects to challenge experts in the initial domain realm. Even the intelligent sword sect Jianhong was defeated. It seems that kid is stronger than I imagined. Under the night sky and the moonlight, the eastern parting scarlet phoenix gazed at the vast sky. Her eyes were filled with 7-colored ribbons of light, as if she was about to ascend and transform into the brightest star in the sky. Saint, do you want to find out the kid's cultivation level? His next stop should be the immeasurable sect. Do you want us to ask the experts in the sect to make a move and directly? A black-robed old man stood respectfully behind Dongli Chihuang. Under the moonlight, he made a killing gesture with his hand on his neck, intending to kill Du Xiaofu halfway. No need. On the 8th day of the 8th month, I will kill that kid with my own hands. I will let the entire Central Continent know that he has always been my stepping stone. Dongli Chihuang shook her head and stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Her red robe and golden hair fluttered as she said, "As for that kid's cultivation, there is no need to ask. He should have just reached the martial domain realm. His physical body is extraordinary, and he has been refined by the divine thunder. He cultivates both martial Tao and talisman Tao, so he is naturally extraordinary. He is an invincible existence among those at the same cultivation level. Otherwise, he would not have had the strength to kill Longjiu. It is not strange that Jianhong was defeated. This is even better. He has just reached the martial domain realm. Go to the immeasurable sect quickly. The Demon King's next stop must be the immeasurable sect. Do you want to see the Demon King Du Xiaofu's peerless grace? Go to the immeasurable sect quickly. The Demon King will definitely appear. Hurry up, we can't miss it. The Demon King Du Xiaofu will definitely make a trip to the immeasurable sect. In the Central Continent, there were people hurrying everywhere. Demonic beast mounts flew across the sky, and figures shuttled back and forth like lightning in all directions. However, they were all heading towards the immeasurable sect. The profound underworld sect, the Shindu Gate, and the Huijian sect had already gone. It was not difficult for people to guess that the Demon King Du Xiaofu's next stop would definitely be the immeasurable sect. Chapter 1462. While countless people were rushing towards the immeasurable sect to watch the show, in a deep valley filled with golden light, there was a fluctuation of energy. After a long time, 2 golden lights shot out, accompanied by some silver-gold electric arcs, straight into the sky, and then disappeared into the depths of the firmament. The energy of heaven and earth was chaotic, and the space trembled. Then, in the valley, a young man in a purple robe appeared, sitting cross-legged. His eyes were clear again, and his face was resolute. It was Du Xiaofu, the hot topic in the Central Continent. I gained some insights from the battle with Domain Lord Jianhong. Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. Although he had defeated his opponent in one move, he had gained some insights from Domain Lord Jianhong's fast sword Dao. Congratulations. Yi Zijin's beautiful figure landed, her curves moving. She said, Domain Lord Jianhong is extraordinary. Rumor has it that he is a rare genius of the Huijian sect. I didn't expect him to be defeated by you. He has just reached the martial domain realm. How can he be brother's opponent? Du Xiaoqing stepped forward. Her pitch-black eyes were as clear as a stream. She had absolute confidence in her brother. Don't praise him. The more you praise him, the higher he gets. Ouyang Shuang stared at Du Xiaofu with her big, beautiful eyes. She said to Du Xiaoqing, the top experts of the Xianming sect, Huijian sect, and Shindu Gate did not make a move. I heard from my master that there are some powerful old monsters in the great forces above Kyushu. They are all in a deep sleep. Once they wake up, they will be terrifying. Haha, it's okay. It doesn't matter even if those old monsters wake up. When the time comes, we will beat them until they are cowards." Elder Jello Yi laughed heartily. During this period of time, he had gotten along well with Yi Zijin, Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaohu, Du Xiaoyao, and these extraordinary juniors. Looking at Elder Jello Yi and Elder Jello Yuantu, Du Xiaoqing, Ouyang Shuang, and Little Tiger Du clicked their tongues. They had seen with their own eyes how Elder Jello Yuantu severely injured a terrifying expert with one move. Even the ancestors of the profound underworld sect were afraid of these two terror overlords. They didn't know how powerful these two old men were. The old man is right. Even if there are some old monsters in those mountain sects, it doesn't matter. When the time comes, we'll beat them up. Du Xiaoyao and Jello Yi put their arms around each other's shoulders. "Little fellow, you're taking advantage of me again." Jello Yi rolled his eyes at Du Xiaoyao, but his eyes moved slightly. He could feel that Du Xiaoyao was extraordinary, and that feeling touched him. "If we really want to talk about it, you should call me elder." Du Xiaoyao immediately acted like an elder. If they were to compare, it was indeed much older than Elder Jello Yi. "Are we going to the immeasurable sect next?" Yi Zijin asked, looking at Du Xiaofu. During this time, she didn't understand how powerful this purple-robed young man had become. "We should go to the immeasurable sect, but we have to wait for a while. Some guys have to be released." Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. At the same time, a light flashed out from between his eyebrows, and an ancient and boundless aura spread out. Sizzle. After a while, figures landed in the valley, and an extremely powerful aura spread out in all directions. The first to come out was Yi Piaoling, Qinggu Yu, Stone, and the rest of the 18 celestial guards. Nearly 2 months had passed in the outside world, and they had been in the barren ancient space for more than a year and a half. Mu Ruabai and the others had been refined by the sacred body art and had also entered the purple thunder profound cauldron to be refined by divine thunder. From inside to outside, they all exuded an aura of metamorphosis. The 18 of them stood together, their figures upright. The invisible aura solidified the valley, as if 18 peerless weapons had been born. Their cultivation has improved a lot. Yi Zijin, Ouyang Shuang, Phantom, and the others were secretly moved. They could feel that Mu Ruabai, Duan Feiyu, and the others' cultivation auras had increased a lot. More importantly, they had undergone a metamorphosis from the inside out. Even Yi Piaoling, Qinggu Yu, and the others' auras had skyrocketed. Roar! The beastly roar resounded through the valley, and figures flew out from the barren ancient space again. They were the silver-winged demonic condor, the tiger-subduing mastiff, the mysterious dragon king, the golden condor king, the stone turtle king, and the golden python king. However, at this moment, the silver-winged demonic condor, the tiger-subduing mastiff, the mysterious dragon king, and the golden python king all exuded an ancient ferocious aura. Their cultivation auras seemed to have skyrocketed during this time, which shocked Ouyang Shuang, Phantom, and Yi Zijin. "In the future, I won't be afraid even if I meet a pure-blooded dragon of the same level." The mysterious Dragon King appeared and immediately laughed. His eyes filled with excitement. He had obtained the inheritance of the ancient dragons, which was comparable to the dragons. He had also refined his body with divine thunder. In the future, he would have the power to fight against a pure-blooded dragon of the same level. "Soon I will rise." The silver-winged demonic condor clenched his fists. His demonic aura was sharp and domineering. The inheritance of the ancient ferocious beasts he had obtained was not much less than that of the Phoenix clan. "They are all extraordinary." Looking at Yi Piaoling, the silver-winged demonic condor, and the others, Elder Jello Yuantu and Elder Jello Yi whispered. There were not many people in this world who could earn their praise. "Now we can set off." Du Xiaofu said and summoned 4 skeletal puppets of the Snake clan. Everyone jumped on the skeletal puppets and left in the surging wind. Wherever they passed, it was like a storm. The immeasurable sect was located in the central region. In terms of territory, it should be the smallest among the 9 major forces. However, no one would doubt the power and foundation of the immeasurable sect. Even the great Luan sect, which had always wanted to be the leader in the central region, had to be wary of the existence of the immeasurable sect. Rumor had it that the immeasurable sect had a long and profound foundation, which was related to the ancient times. It was a huge orthodoxy, a holy land of Buddhism. It had its own style of cultivation, but it was incomparably powerful. The mountains were connected, winding around the horizon like countless dragons entrenched in the ground. The immeasurable mountain was the foundation of the immeasurable sect. The mountain gate was vast and heavy, and the magnificent main hall stretched for thousands of miles. The faint sound of Sanskrit could purify the soul of those who heard it. It was even rumored that when people heard the Sanskrit sound, they would immediately put down the butcher's knife and join Buddhism. Over the past few days, a dense crowd had gathered in front of the immeasurable sect's mountain gate. More and more people were coming, and there were many experts among them. A large number of people flocked over, discussing animatedly. They were all here for the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. They wanted to see the Demon King's grace. However, this dense crowd gathered outside the immeasurable sect. No one dared to barge into the immeasurable sect, nor did they dare to start a dispute outside the immeasurable sect. That would be disrespectful to the immeasurable sect. However, there was no movement inside the immeasurable sect. It was as if they didn't know that a dense crowd had gathered outside the mountain gate. However, from morning to night, the Sanskrit sound was unceasing in the immeasurable sect. Some disciples of the immeasurable sect were chanting scriptures and Buddhist scriptures, which converged into the Sanskrit sound. It was as if it could dispel the evil aura and cleanse the bloody aura. Why hasn't the Demon King arrived yet? According to the route, he should have arrived long ago. Could it be that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, didn't come to the immeasurable sect? After all, the immeasurable sect is extremely difficult to provoke. Impossible. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, the Xianming sect, the Huijian sect, and the Xindu Gate have all left the purifying evil alliance. It's impossible for him to leave the immeasurable sect alone. Boom! Just as everyone was discussing, the wind and clouds surged high in the sky. A terrifying aura descended, causing countless people to palpitate. For gigantic fog streaked across the sky like gigantic dragons. Wherever they passed, it was as if the sky and earth had turned dark. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is here. He's here. That's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu's carriage. It's being pulled by 4 powerful skeletons of the Snake Clan. He's here. Under the terrifying aura, everyone raised their heads in fear. Their eyes trembled as the terrifying aura swept over. It was enough to make people tremble in fear. Buzz, buzz, almost at the same time within the immeasurable mountain, within the gate of the immeasurable sect that was as tall as a giant mountain, a golden light spread out from the dazzling ancient palace. It soared into the sky like a rising sun, accompanied by Sanskrit chants that could dispel the darkness. Thump, 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 thump. The chants of the Sanskrit chants caused people's souls to stir. The sounds of the Sanskrit chants seemed to be knocking on everyone's hearts, causing their hearts to beat at the same frequency. The Rock Emperor is here. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you. Many figures appeared in the golden light. They all had rings on their heads, Buddhist beads around their necks, and wore 7 kasayas sewn together from 7 pieces of cloth. The first few old men wore kasayas sewn together from 9 to 25 pieces of cloth, indicating their extraordinary status. Figures appeared one after another, accompanied by the golden light. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky as if Buddha had descended. Then, the gate of the immeasurable sect opened wide. Thousands of acolytes walked out and chanted Buddhist scriptures. Some people held wooden fish and gathered Sanskrit chants that resounded through the sky as if they could destroy all evil. Chapter 1463. Outside the immeasurable sect. Only the chanting of Sanskrit resounded. Everything else was silent. In front of the mountain gate, the countless onlookers gathered in the sky and on the ground had their eyes glowing. They seemed to be immersed in the chanting of Sanskrit, unable to extricate themselves. They were filled with yearning. Some of them seemed to have been inspired and wanted to lay down their butcher's knife and sever their ties with the mortal world, disturbing one's mind. Such a method is just SOO. Stop it. Suddenly, in the sky, there was a thunderous shout mixed with some kind of great majesty. It cut off the chanting of Sanskrit. It was like a blow to the head, causing countless onlookers to come back to their senses. It's too scary. The chanting of Sanskrit is strange. The chanting of Sanskrit wants me to sever my ties with the mortal world. It can affect my mind. It's terrifying. Among the onlookers, there were some experts whose faces changed. The stronger they were, the more they felt the terror just now. The strange chanting of Sanskrit could make people unknowingly sink into it and unable to extricate themselves. It could make people sink into oblivion. Although it could purify the ruthlessness in one's heart, it could be considered a disguised purification. However, it was more of an erasure of one's self. Puff! Puff! The chanting of Sanskrit was cut off on the spot. Some of the novice monks spat out blood for some reason. That loud shout was mixed with great majesty and a terrifying pressure that was unbearable. Amitabha. The chanting of Sanskrit scriptures can purify the ruthlessness, clear the heart, and sweep away the impurities. It's also very beneficial to one's cultivation. It's a pity that it was interrupted by Benefactor Du. An old man who looked like an old monk walked out. He was not bald, but wore a monk's hat. A fist-sized Buddhist prayer bead hung on his chest. It was so bright that it could reflect one's reflection and be inscribed with runes. The old monk's entire body was filled with golden light. It was as if the light of Buddha was shining, illuminating the immeasurable sect. The solemn pressure that permeated the air made people want to prostrate themselves in worship. For huge skeletal puppets of the snake clan came close to the sky. They stretched across the void like giant dragons. There were many figures standing on top of them. All of them had sharp auras, revealing a ferocious and bloody aura. It's a pity that it messes with one's mind and deceives one's heart. It's fine if I don't listen. As the voice faded, a golden figure shot out from the carriage and landed on the middle head of the ferocious, three-headed sea dragon snake. The golden light faded and a purple-robed young man appeared. He stood with his hands behind his back and his eyes were clear, revealing a restrained fierceness. It was Du Xiaofu. Whoosh, whoosh! Inside the carriage, a dozen figures flew out and landed on the heads of the 4 snake skeletal puppets. They were none other than Du Shaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Ouyang Shuang and Little Tiger, Yi Zijin, Elder Jialo Yuantu, and the others. Demon King Du Xiaofu, he really did come. I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. He's that Demon King. Oh my God, there's also Du Shaoqing, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao. They're all here. That's Yi Piaoling, Chongguyu, and Silver Fox. Those beside Yi Piaoling seem to be the 18 heavenly generals that the World Society announced to the public. They're 18 terrifying young men. Yi Piaoling, Silver Fox, Chongguyu, and the others were once on the Heaven's Pride lightning platform in the sealed ancient land. Figures appeared one after another. The onlookers outside the immeasurable sect couldn't help but exclaim. The masters of those figures were all famous. Du Xiaofu stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze swept across the front. Among those old monks, many of them had unfathomable and extremely powerful auras. On the opposite side, Du Xiaofu also saw an acquaintance. It was a young, bald monk. His eyes were shining like the stars in the sky, and his face was as delicate as jade. There were 9 marks on his head, which looked like 9 mysterious symbols. They floated in the air and emitted an aura of supremacy, as if a deity had descended to earth. He was a 9th-layer spiritual emperor. You're finally here. Looking at Du Xiaofu, the ninefold spirit raised her head slightly and walked out. She said, "Back then, I was the one who led the boundless sect to the central prefecture's long river. Because I wanted to cleanse the evil spirits, many creatures were buried in the central prefecture's long river. Countless creatures suffered because of this." Du Xiaofu looked at the ninefold spirit and asked simply why. "The evil karma I created in the past was born from endless greed and stupidity. I repent for all of it today. If I don't go to hell, who will?" The ninefold spirit spoke. There was a faint luster flowing on her sparkling skin. Her aura could calm one's soul and calm one's heart. "But you're not enough to let my fallen disciples rest in peace." Du Xiaofu spoke. His voice shook the immeasurable mountain and made people's eardrums hurt. Amitabha. The old monk in the front walked out. He put his palms together and chanted Buddha's name. Looking at Du Xiaofu, the Buddha's light spread out behind him and shone in all directions. He said, "Almsgiver Du, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you'll be saved. If you're foolish, you'll die. If you're wise, you'll be born." As the old monk spoke, Buddhist chants filled the sky, causing the countless living beings below to want to prostrate themselves in worship, wanting to convert to Buddhism. "There's no need for that." Du Xiaofu looked at the old monk. Golden light fluctuated on his body, and silver-yellow electric arcs overflowed, illuminating the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, shattering the Buddha's name. "Why not?" the old monk asked. The Buddha's light behind him changed. There seemed to be a Buddha, lotus blooming. The Buddha's name was long and thunderous, because everything is illusory. "Old monk, you've cultivated for so long, but you don't know?" Du Xiaofu looked at the old monk. The golden light behind him seemed to have the shadow of a golden-winged roc spreading its wings. It flapped its wings and swept across the sky, intending to shatter the Buddha's light. He smiled and said, "Everything is illusory. Why should I become a Buddha? I'm not fated with your Buddha." The old monk was stunned. He looked at Du Xiaofu in astonishment. The golden light behind him seemed to have a Buddha statue walking out. It illuminated the sky and looked down on the world. Its voice was transmitted. "Everyone has the nature of Buddha. Everyone can become a Buddha. So can benefactor do. Life is created by oneself. Appearances are born from one's heart. Everything in the world is formed from appearances. If one's heart doesn't move, then everything else won't move. If one's heart doesn't change, then everything else won't change." Du Xiaofu looked at the old monk and said with a smile, "I'm carefree. I follow my heart, my nature, and my fate. There's no need to force it." When Du Xiaofu finished speaking, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The shadow of a golden-winged roc spread its wings and bathed in the sea of thunder. It turned into a thunder roc and occupied the sky. Its terrifying eyes were purple and gold, as if it could destroy all the Buddha statues in the sky. When the old monk heard this, he was stunned again. The shadow of the Buddha statue behind him opened its eyes. At this moment, the sound of Sanskrit resounded in the sky. Golden light shone, and the sky was filled with strange phenomena. It was solemn and grand, as if it wanted to convert all living things. Then it said in a leisurely voice, "It seems like benefactor Du is stubborn. This is not good, but evil. There's no good or evil in people. Good and evil exist in one's heart. I follow my heart and come with fate. Old monk, it seems like you can't let it go." Du Xiaofu smiled. His voice gradually became sharper. The shadow of the golden-winged roc behind him flapped its wings. Countless golden-winged lightning bolts fell like a waterfall, blocking the sound of the Buddha statue's Sanskrit. The old monk was stunned on the spot. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He was speechless. The Buddha statue behind him, the banner of scriptures and other things started to change and gradually became illusory. What a strong pressure. I can't resist it anymore. Is a battle going to start? This pressure is too strong. Even the experts below started to tremble in fear. At this moment, the old monk and the demon king, Du Xiaofu, were able to create strange phenomena as they spoke. Those who were not strong enough had already prostrated themselves on the ground. However, all of this was incomparably real. It happened right before their eyes. However, in the end, the banner of scriptures did not appear. The golden winged rock and the thousands of lightning bolts did not really fall. Everything was just an illusion in the sky. I didn't expect third young master to be so powerful. He actually made the old monk stunned. Little Tiger Du was astonished. His pitch-black eyes were filled with fluctuations. He was very surprised. You're wrong. This is the Tao that Big Brother comprehended himself. That old monk's cultivation is not enough. He's not Big Brother's match. Du Xiaoqing seemed to have felt a kind of essence. Is this what he comprehended during the Supreme Being's comprehension? It's very scary. Elder Jialo Yi looked at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, his eyes were filled with astonishment. With his cultivation and knowledge, he could see the essence of Du Xiaofu's words. However, he was still puzzled and puzzled. That little monk isn't weak either. He's already touched the edge. However, Xiaofu must have comprehended it during that supreme level battle. He's much stronger than that little monk, said the fifth elder, Jialo Yuan, as if he had also sensed something. It's not necessarily that Xiaofu's comprehension is better than that little monk's. It's also possible that what Xiaofu comprehended during the supreme enlightenment was only the edge. It hasn't taken shape yet. However, that little monk can't be compared with him. It's like the difference between an outstanding talent and a supreme talent. The difference is too big. Elder Jialo Yi frowned slightly. He seemed to be deep in thought. There were some things that he had only heard about. There were some levels that even he had never touched. Sigh. You reap what you sow. It seems that today's battle is inevitable. The old monk said helplessly. The vision behind him began to disappear. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a hint of shock in his eyes. I just want justice. It's still the same. If there's someone in the martial domain realm who can defeat me, I'll leave immediately. However, if there's no one, I'll take the justice myself. Du Xiaofu said. His voice shook the entire Wuliang mountain. This is the pure land of Buddhism. It's not suitable to make a big fuss. The old monk looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Benefactor Du, how about this? Our Wuliang sect has a formation made up of 18 people. It's called the 18 Luo formation. If Benefactor Du can break through the 18 Luo formation on the domain Venerable platform, you can take the so-called justice you want. However, if Benefactor Du fails, please leave. 18 Luo formation, domain Venerable platform. Hearing this, some elders among the onlookers exclaimed. They seemed to know some secrets. What is the 18 Luo formation? What is the domain Venerable platform? Some of the younger people had never heard of it. They asked the old man, hoping to clear their doubts. Chapter 1464. Rumor has it that the domain Venerate stage was set up by the ancestors of the Immeasurable sect. It is said that the highest cultivation on the domain Venerate stage is the martial honorable realm. Rumor has it that even a martial domain realm cultivation would be suppressed to the peak of the martial honorable realm. There is a huge pressure on the domain Venerate stage. It was originally the place where the martial monks of the Immeasurable sect trained their physical bodies. The huge pressure can crush their physical bodies. If they train on the domain Venerate stage, their physical bodies will be extremely strong, comparable to that of a ferocious beast. It is a treasure of the Immeasurable sect. The 18 Ream formation is the sect guarding array of the Immeasurable sect. It is formed by 18 disciples whose cultivation is above the martial honorable realm. The array is unparalleled. What is more terrifying is that once the 18 Ream formation is activated, it can gather the strength of 18 people and complement each other. increasing the power of the array. No matter who is attacked, it will be like one person facing 18 people at the same time. No matter how strong one is, it will be difficult to resist. It will be difficult to break the array. Rumor has it that when the 18 ream formation is activated on the domain venerate stage, the 18 ream formation and the domain venerate stage will complement each other and affect the domain venerate stage. Even superpowers will be affected. At that time, no matter how strong the challenger is, he will not be stronger than the leader of the 18 ream formation on the domain venerate stage. If he wants to break through, he can only compete with the strength of his physical body. The immeasurable sect disciples who can enter the 18 ream formation have already trained their physical bodies on the domain venerate stage. No matter how strong the challenger's cultivation is, he will be suppressed. Not to mention, the 18 ream formation can increase the power of the 18 ream formation. It is impossible to break through. An elder spoke in a low voice, explaining the origin of the domain venerable dais and the 18 luo formations. Although they had only heard about it, it was not a big secret in the central continent. Many people knew about the domain venerable dais and the 18 luo formations of the boundless sect. The 18 ream formation was the sect guarding array of the immeasurable sect. When it complemented the domain venerate stage, it was even more terrifying. The 18 ream formation of the domain venerate stage. The immeasurable sect, these ream baldies are really sinister. The fourth elder Jaloye's voice, Jalo was filled. Fourth elder, do you know about the domain venerable platform and the 18 supremes formation? Du Xiaofu asked with a sound transmission. He already had a certain understanding of the domain venerable stage and the 18 recluses formation from the exclamations of the surrounding spectators. 10,000 years ago, the great elder went through the 18 imperial formations on the domain venerate stage. The domain venerate stage is strange, and the 18 imperial formations are very strong. The great elder could only protect himself and leave. Although he didn't lose, he was defeated, said the fourth elder. Great elder actually came to the immeasurable sect 10,000 years ago and passed through the 18 supremes formation. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu, who was standing with his hands behind his back, also had golden light rippling in his eyes. It seemed that these 18 luo arrays and domain venerable platforms were really strange and extraordinary. Xiaofu, it seems that the ream baldies of the immeasurable sect have somehow found out about the identity of the fifth elder and me. The fourth elder's voice transmission continued to fall into Du Xiaofu's ears. These ream baldies of the immeasurable sect are clearly using the great elder's defeat in front of the 18 supremes formation 10,000 years ago to suppress the entire golden-winged Great Rock clan. Boom! The space trembled. At the same time as the fourth elder's voice transmission, one of the old monks of the immeasurable sect formed a hand seal. Golden light burst out, accompanied by bursts of Sanskrit chants, and dazzling runes filled the sky. Finally, a vast and simple stone platform appeared in the sky. The Sanskrit chants were unceasing around the ancient stone platform. The golden light filled the sky, as if the Buddha's light was shining, and the surrounding void was distorted. That's the domain venerate stage of the immeasurable sect. It's a precious treasure that can temper one's physical body and will. Ordinary people can't even step on it and will be pushed out. To a certain extent, those who can step on the domain venerate stage can be considered dragons and phoenixes among men. I didn't expect to see the immeasurable sect's domain venerate stage this time. It seems that the immeasurable sect wants to use the domain venerate stage and the 18 supremes formation to block the demon king, Du Xiaofu. As soon as the domain venerate stage appeared, pressure descended from all directions. The Buddha's light shone brightly, and the Buddha's shadow was ethereal, as if it wanted to summon people to sever their ties with the mortal world. 9 spirits. The old monk wearing a monk's hat looked at 9 spirits and spoke in a low voice. 9 spirits raised her head and looked at Du Xiaofu in front of her. Her scarlet robe fluttered in the wind, and she went straight to the domain venerate stage. Whoosh, whoosh! Behind 9 spirits, more than 10 middle-aged youths landed. Their monks' robes fluttered slightly, and all of them joined their hands. Including 9 spirits, there were exactly 18 of them. 18 Supremes formation and 9 spirits formation. On the domain venerate stage, no matter how strong the challenger is, he can't be stronger than 9 spirits. 9 spirits is already very strong. She's only weaker than Dongli Chihuang. I heard that 9 spirits has already cultivated her physical body to an extremely abnormal level on the domain venerate stage. The 18 people in the 18 Supremes formation are all extremely strong. Their physical bodies are also very strong. When the 18 of them form a formation, it means that the strength of the 18 people is added together. It's impossible to break the formation even if the other party has 18 experts. The onlookers in the surroundings were discussing and exclaiming. It was too difficult to break the immeasurable sex 18 Luo formations on the domain venerate stage. It was almost impossible. Benefactor do you want to break through the formation? The old monk looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile, and his voice resounded through the immeasurable mountain. Do you want to bully us with numbers? Let's go up together and break the 18 Supremes formation. It's a piece of cake. Du Xiaoqing raised her eyebrows and looked angry. I'm afraid it's not that simple. The domain venerate stage is a treasure. The 18 Supremes formation is one of the immeasurable sect's most powerful formations. It complements the domain venerate stage. It's not easy to deal with it, Ouyang Shuang said. She stared at the domain venerate stage with her big eyes, as if she was trying to find something. 18 Supremes formation. Du Xiaofu looked at the domain venerate stage and glanced at 9 spirits and the other extraordinary figures with a smile. He then turned back to Yi Piaoling and asked, What do you think? Break. Yi Piaoling's black robe fluttered slightly, but her eyes were sharp. Yi Piaoling replied with a simple word. Boom! As soon as Yi Piaoling finished speaking, the eyes of Qingguyu, Silver Fox, Stone Muruabai, and the others on the 4 huge skeletal puppets lit up. Their auras fluctuated. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled faintly. Rise. As Yi Piaoling's voice fell, the 18 figures who were already eager to give it a try shot out like 18 rays of golden light. The 18 figures landed on the domain venerate stage together. The 18 figures stood tall and straight like 18 peerless and sharp murderous weapons. Looking at them from afar, one's heart would tremble for no reason. My world society's 18 heavenly generals will break the 18 Supremes formation. If I lose, I'll leave immediately. If I win, I'll seek justice, Du Xiaofu said to the old monk. 18 heavenly generals? Then we'll do as you say. The old monk smiled and even looked more relaxed. If the demon king, Du Xiaofu, didn't make a move, the 18 Supremes formation on the domain venerate stage would be even more unshakable. 10,000 years ago, even the pure-blooded, golden-winged great rocks, who were at the peak of the golden-winged great rocks, couldn't break the formation. The world society's 18 heavenly generals seemed to have some reputation, but it was no different from a fool's dream to break the 18 Supremes formation on the domain venerate stage. We meet again. On the domain venerate stage, Jiu Jiuling spoke. He wasn't unfamiliar with Yi Piaoling, Changguyu, Yin Hu, and the others. We're here to break the formation, Yi Piaoling said. His thin and slender figure was like a sharp sword. He stood there quietly, giving people a feeling that once he was unsheathed, he would be peerless and sharp. All right, let's begin. Jiu Jiuling didn't say anything else. The ring on his head started to shine. Golden light energy whistled around him like a storm. The energy of heaven and earth on the domain venerate stage suddenly became chaotic, directly affecting Yi Piaoling and the other 18 brothers. Set up the formation, At the same time, the 17 figures behind Jiu Ling responded. The sound of wind breaking rang out, and the figures changed. There was a mysterious aura between them. Finally, they gathered together and set up the formation. Chapter 14, 65. 18 Luo arrays. Loud shouts resounded, and golden light burst out from the 18 people. Sanskrit chants rang out, and finally they connected with each other, connecting the energy of heaven and earth in an instant. In the next moment, the 18 people were covered in golden light, as if they had become Buddhas on the spot. Golden light shone brightly, and a vision appeared. The 18 golden figures gathered, and they were connected with each other mysteriously. The horrifying pressure that was faintly emitted from the 18 people was enough to make people's faces change. The 18 figures floated on the domain Venerate stage, and the golden light on their bodies illuminated the sky. It was as if 18 arhats had descended. Buddhist light filled the sky, crushing the heavens. Just how shocking was this? So this is the 18 Luo arrays. They are really extraordinary. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at the 18 Luo arrays on the domain Venerate stage, and he was secretly impressed. Under the guidance of his elder brother, Zhen Qingchen, Du Xiaofu's attainments in arrays were extraordinary. After that, he obtained the heavenly spirit record left by his master, Sacred Hand, Spiritual Sovereign. The array recorded in it was enough to be called the origin of all arrays in the world. Over the years, whenever he had time, Du Xiaofu would comprehend it. In terms of array comprehension, Du Xiaofu was probably comparable to the top array experts in the world. He just didn't have many opportunities to show it. Looking at the 18 Luo arrays, Du Xiaofu could see that they were extraordinary. 18 Luo arrays. Yi Piaoling and the rest of the 18 heavenly guards looked forward, and runes fluctuated on their bodies to resist the influence of ninefold spirit and the others on the domain Venerate stage. Let's compete in arrays. I want to try it. Set up the array. Looking at the 18 Luo arrays set up by ninefold spirit and the others, Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, and the others weren't shocked. Instead, they were filled with an absolute fighting spirit, and their figures immediately swept away. 18 heavenly beasts, holy slaughter array. The 18 heavenly guards separated, and 18 loud shouts converged, turning into an earth-shattering roar that resounded throughout Wuliang Mountain. Roar. At the same time, the roars of beasts resounded like thunder. The 18 celestial guards shined with resplendent light, and runes flickered, illuminating the heavens. Amidst the surging winds, the 18 of them seemed to have undergone a strange transformation, turning into 18 terrifying giant beast phantoms. There was the golden winged roc, the profound cloud scarlet flood dragon, the ancient heavenly fox, the huidou with the primordial bloodline, the soaring snake from the primordial era, the Bayan, the Xiaji, and so on. A total of 18 strange beast phantoms circled around him, roaring ferociously. Each of them was incomparably huge, and they were all ferocious beasts on the heavenly beast list. Among the 18 ferocious beast phantoms, the ancient heavenly fox still had a physical body. The golden-winged roc phantoms that enveloped Yi Piaoling was the leader. The phantoms of the 18 ferocious beasts occupied the sky and covered the entire sky. They appeared in the sky in a manner that seemed to blot out the sun as they faced off against the 18 formations. When they saw the scene before them, when they saw that the 18 heavenly guards had turned into 18 huge, ferocious beasts, everyone inside and outside the immeasurable mountain gasped. Clearly, no one had expected that the 18 heavenly guards of the world society would have such a terrifying technique. The pressure that the 18 ferocious beasts released at this moment was no less than that of the 18 formations. It was even more ferocious and terrifying than the Buddhist light phantoms. The Saint Physique art, in addition to refining the body, could also engrave formations and beast energy on the body. Back then, when he refined the bodies of Yi Piaoling and Qingguyu with the Saint Physique art, Du Xiaofu had already made preparations. He wanted to use the Saint Physique art to form a terrifying joint attack formation one day. Now, after the 18 heavenly guards were refined by the divine thunder and the Saint Physique art, Du Xiaofu engraved beast energy and formations one by one so that the 18 heavenly guards could combine and form the 18 heavenly beasts' holy slaughter formation. Originally, the formations that Du Xiaofu had engraved on Yi Piaoling and Qinggu Yu were only the corners of the formation. They weren't enough to form a complete formation. In the end, the 18 heavenly beasts' holy slaughter formation didn't come from the Saint Physique art of the weapon sovereign Xiahou Fenglei, nor did it come from the sacred array Child Jin Qingchen. It came from a ferocious formation recorded in the spiritual sage Sacred Hands Celestial Spirit Record. The 18 heavenly beasts' holy slaughter formation originally needed to refine the 18 corners of the formation. The souls of the 18 ferocious beasts had to be refined into the corners to form a terrifying formation. After Du Xiaofu's modification, it directly used the bodies of the 18 heavenly guards as the corners of the formation. During the process of refining and inscribing the formation, the 18 terrifying youths of the 18 heavenly generals, who had gone through life and death, could not help but cry out in pain. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Fortunately, they gritted their teeth and resisted in the end. What kind of terrifying formation is this? Looking at the 18 heavenly beasts' holy slaughter formation that Yi Piaoling and the others had gathered, the old monks of the immeasurable sect were all shocked. They had never heard of such a terrifying formation before. Return of the Arhut, subdue the dragon and tiger. On the domain venerable platform, ninefold spirit moved. The Buddha light behind him shrouded the Buddha statue, which was hundreds of feet tall. It wasn't below the ferocious beast's shadows. The 18 shadows were like 18 arhats descending. The shadows followed the main bodies and came crushing down. They were either chanting scriptures, waving prayer flags, spinning Buddha beads, knocking on the wooden fish, or waving the demon, subduing pestle. The shadows shone brightly, intending to suppress the 18 ferocious beasts. The 18 arhats and Buddhas were accompanied by Sanskrit chants. The mysterious runes on their talismans shone brightly. They were like a huge tornado formed by golden divine light that wanted to crush the entire sky. The surrounding people gasped. Under the terrifying power, those who weren't strong enough directly prostrated themselves on the ground. The terrifying 18 Reapers formation was accompanied by a terrifying Buddhist pressure. It was extremely terrifying. Roar! The beasts roared like thunder. The 18 ferocious beasts moved. In a series of clanging sounds, they charged at the 18 arhats and Buddhas. In an instant, the sky shook. The void was shattered, and the light was dazzling. Chirp! Yi Piaoling transformed into a golden-winged rock. Divine light surged, and golden light poured down like a rain of light. Ninefold spirit shrouded the Buddha's shadow with great majesty. Like a majestic arhat, it held a golden spear and suppressed the golden-winged rock transformed into Yi Piaoling. Yi Piaoling wasn't afraid. She waved her hand and turned it into a rock claw. Dazzling golden light burst out and shattered the void. It shrouded the golden spear. Ninefold spirit waved her hand. The golden spear pierced through the void and avoided the claw. It then turned into a prayer flag and swept toward Yi Piaoling like a heavenly sword. The shadow behind Yi Piaoling flapped its wings. Dazzling golden light cut ninefold spirit's prayer flag in half. The golden talisman runes shone like a golden tide. The wing attack was like a rock striking the sky. It displayed the supreme beast power of the golden-winged rock race. It drowned ninefold spirit and forced the Arhat Buddha shadow back. Bang! 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 The 18 ferocious beasts showed their power and forced the 18 Buddha and Arhat shadows back. The deafening roars of the beasts drowned out the Sanskrit chants. The 18 brothers turned into 18 ferocious beasts. Together, they communicated with the energy of heaven and earth. It was as if 18 ferocious beasts had awakened. They were ferocious and formed a peerless killing formation to suppress the 18 Buddha and Arhat shadows. Oh my God! What a terrifying formation! The 18 Luo formations seemed to be no match for it. I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying formation in the World Championship of the Barren Nation. This is still on the domain Venerable platform. If it were outside, the 18 Luo formations would have been defeated. The terrifying battle on the domain Venerable platform made people tremble. They had never seen such a terrifying formation. Everyone was shocked. The terrifying 18 Heavenly Beasts Holy Slaughter formation was too powerful. 18 Luo formations, Luo, Lord's Return. 9-fold spirit stars, eyes rippled. She made a prompt decision and formed a handprint. Buddhist light shot up from her body. 18 Luo, Lord's Return. In the next moment, the 18 Luo formations changed, and 18 terrifying auras shot into the clouds, shaking the heavens. The 18 Buddha figures merged together in the Sanskrit formation, immediately turning into a colossal being that was several thousand feet tall. The humongous monster was like a Buddha looking down at the world. The Sanskrit chants were shocking. Golden light was dazzling, and it was filled with dignity and power. 18 heavenly beasts return. Yi Pialing shouted. At the same time, the 18 ferocious beasts changed in a mysterious way and finally gathered. In the surging wind and rolling dark clouds, a bloody and fierce aura swept in all directions. A ferocious shadow that was thousands of feet tall appeared. It was like a demon lord had come into being. Demonic chi rolled around the terrifying shadow. Evil chi filled the sky and made people's hearts palpitate. It was also majestic. Why is there so much trouble in the world? There's so many evils and demons. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and you will see the shore. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The Sanskrit chants rolled. The giant Buddha shadow seemed to have crossed time and space. The Sanskrit chants had a strange rhythm. It was like a soul sound wave that made all the creatures around want to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Buddha purifies the world and purifies the world. The giant Buddha rushed over and waved one hand. Buddhist light shone everywhere. The Buddha shadow lingered and carried an indescribably horrifying fluctuation. It fiercely attacked the ferocious shadows of Yi Pialing and the others. Why is the world so distressed? Because it doesn't know who it is. So what if it is a Buddha or a demon? Everything is an illusion. I am in the demon's heart. I am the demon. I am in the Buddha's heart. I am the Buddha. I do as I please. I am the true me. I am not afraid of Buddha or demon. If it is a Buddha, I will kill it. The ferocious shadow demon Lord spoke. His voice echoed in all directions like thunder. He waved his hand and made the domain, venerate, stage tremble. The ferocious shadow's palm collided. Wild wind blew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. 10,000 beasts roared and shook the void. There was a great pressure. Boom! The two collided. Suddenly, the entire domain venerate stage radiated light. Dazzling runes spread out like a halo. Such a collision made countless creatures tremble. Their hair stood on end. Ka! Not long after, a change occurred in midair. The huge Buddha shadow began to crack, and the Buddha light shattered. 18 figures appeared like arhats stacked on top of each other, revealing themselves. Starting from the 9th layer of spirits, the light on these 18 people's bodies began to shatter, and their flesh began to crack. Everything was destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds. Chapter 1466. Puff! Puff! In an instant, the 18 figures were sent flying. Juling and the others flew out of the domain venerate stage and crashed into the ground. All of them spat out blood, and their bodies were drenched in blood. Their faces were as pale as ash. There was dead silence all around. The Sanskrit chants dissipated and the Buddhist light shattered. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The 18 Luo formations can't be defeated. An elder from the immeasurable sect couldn't believe what he had just seen. To break the 18 Luo formations, it would only be possible if the 18 of them had the same physical body and were stronger than Zhu Ling and the others. However, in the final confrontation, it seemed that the light was overflowing and all kinds of power burst out. In fact, it was a direct physical confrontation. The 18 Luo formations gathered the physical strength of 18 people. In addition, the 18 Luo formations attracted the energy of heaven and earth to suppress the enemy. However, Zhu Ling and the others were all severely injured. There was no doubt that Yi Piaoling and the other 18 people's physical bodies were stronger than Zhu Ling and the others. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to injure Zhu Ling and the others. Yi Piaoling and the others were stronger than Zhu Ling and the others who had refined their physical bodies on the domain Venerate stage. Moreover, there were 18 of them at the same time. How powerful was that? On the domain Venerate stage, the ferocious shadows dissipated. Yi Piaoling and the other 18 people landed together. The 18 Luo formations are just SOSO. The 18 figures stood tall and straight, revealing their peerless sharpness. They rushed into the depths of the clouds above the domain Venerate stage. What a powerful formation! It draws the energy of heaven and earth and gathers the strength of 18 people. Its power overlaps and multiplies. If it weren't for the domain Venerate stage, these 18 people would be invincible under the domain Venerate stage. Elder Jello, you looked at the 18 people on the domain Venerate stage with golden light in his eyes. Once one of these 18 people breaks through to the martial domain, the terrifying formation will be activated. It will be equivalent to 18 martial domains fighting. If all 18 of them break through to the initial stage of the martial domain at the same time, it will be even more terrifying. They will be able to defeat anyone of the same cultivation level, including my clan. Fifth Elder Jello Yuentu was also shocked. Back on the domain Venerate stage, even the Great Elder couldn't break the 18 Luo formations. Now these 18 young people broke them. Is that the 18 Celestial Guards? It's so terrifying. The 18 Luo Zhen of the Boundless sect has been defeated. The 18 Celestial Guards are too powerful. Only after a long time had passed did someone exclaim in front of the immeasurable sect's mountain gate. Their eyes were filled with shock. Du Xiaofu looked at the 18 young men on the domain Venerable stage with a smile. Du Xiaofu already knew how strong Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, Stone Silver Fox, and the others were. As for the physical body, after the sacred body technique and the godly thunder body refinement, the physical body of the 18 celestial generals was comparable to any ferocious beast. Even compared to the pure-blooded bodies of the dragons, phoenixes, and tigers, there was not much difference. It was not something the 18 Luo Zhen could compare to. The 18 sifting formations were profound and extraordinary, but the 18 heavenly beast holy fiend formation came from the heavenly spirit record and surpassed the 18 sifting formations. The immeasurable sect has lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu soared into the sky and directly barged into the immeasurable sect. Rumble! A moment later, in the immeasurable sect, a dazzling hall trembled with a rumbling sound. The roof of the huge hall directly flew off. A figure rose into the sky, lifted the huge roof of the hall with one arm, and directly left. That's the immeasurable hall of our immeasurable sect. It was actually demolished by the Demon King. There are also many cultivation resources in the immeasurable hall. They were all taken away by the Demon King. Why didn't the sect's patriarch come out and subdue the Demon King? Many experts in the immeasurable sect looked gloomy. They wanted to cry, but had no tears. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, wantonly plundered the immeasurable sect just like he did in the Xianming sect and other sections. He made all the sects lose their face. From now on, The immeasurable sect would not be able to raise its head in the entire Kyushu. It was the first time in thousands of years that someone had been so presumptuous in the immeasurable sect. Boom! The demon king lifted the roof, and the 4 huge snake skeletons left with the 18 celestial guards. This scene made countless people in front of the immeasurable mountain unable to blink for a long time. Originally, everyone wanted to come and see the demon king, Du Xiaofu, fight. Who would have thought that in the end, they would not see the demon king, Du Xiaofu, fight? However, on the domain venerable platform, the battle between the 18 celestial guards and the 18 Luozhen had already shocked everyone. A few days later, the news of the 18 celestial guards defeating the 18 Luozhen spread like a hurricane throughout the Central Plains. The 18 celestial guards, led by Yi Piaoling, were completely famous in the Central Plains. There were no clouds in the blue sky for thousands of miles. In the vast mountain range, the clouds moved and the wind blew. It was silent. Suddenly, a huge black shadow swept over from the sky. It flew as fast as lightning, and wherever it passed, the wind and cloud surged. If one looked carefully, they would see that they were 4 huge creatures that looked like giant dragons pulling a carriage. Wherever they passed, they would attract everyone's attention. However, in this desolate mountain range, no one followed or exclaimed. The 4 huge creatures were the skeletons of the snake clan. At this moment, many figures were sitting cross-legged, resting with their eyes closed. They were enveloped in light and surrounded by radiance. "Brother, when are we going to the Great Lun sect?" In the carriage, Du Xiaoqing looked at the scenery below through the window. Then she tilted her head and asked Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged beside her, "Let's go back first, then go to the Great Lun sect." Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. "We are already in the barren country. The places below are all under the control of the barren country's world society." Yi Zijin's hair moved slightly, and her clear eyes looked down. The vast land was the territory that the barren country's world society army had conquered some time ago. "The barren country is still too small," Du Xiaofu said softly. Although the barren country's world society was no longer what it used to be, it was no longer the same Du Xiaofu of the past. At this moment, he knew very well that the barren country's world society was still too weak. With the current strength of the barren country and the Du family, they couldn't compare to the golden-winged great rocks, dragons, phoenixes, or the 9 great clans. Even in the beast region, there were many beast clans that were far more powerful than the Du family of the desolate state. Du Xiaofu also knew that if he hadn't borrowed the power of the 4th elder and the 5th elder, he wouldn't have been able to barge into the 4 great mountain gates. The profound underworld sect, the boundless sect, the Huijian sect, and the Shindu gate. The 4 great mountain sects had endured time and time again because they feared the terrifying strength of 4th elder Jialo Yi and 5th elder Jialo Yuantu. What they feared even more was the great golden-winged Peng clan behind them. That was the reason why the 4 great mountain sects feared them the most. Du Xiaofu often thought that if the Du family was as powerful as the golden-winged great rocks, then how would the legalism and the divine light court dare to touch his family? How would they dare to touch his sect in the slightest? Du Xiaofu had always wanted to build his own noble family. Only then would he be able to look down on the legalism and reunite his family. Only then would he be able to kill the legalists who had bullied him in the past. However, the gap between them was still too big. The barren country's world society was no longer what it used to be. However, it still couldn't compare to those colossal forces that had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. It's still not enough. I have to become stronger as soon as possible, Du Xiaofu murmured in his heart. After settling the score with the Great Lun sect, there was still the divine light court to deal with. His master, the revered weapon, was still missing, and his family had yet to be reunited. As his strength increased, Du Xiaofu came into contact with more and more people. The more he understood, the more he realized that his current strength was still far from enough. Xiaofu, someone is waiting for us. He's very strong, and he doesn't come with good intentions. Just as Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, the fourth elder, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly said softly. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes. Hee, you're indeed not weak. Interesting, Elder Jello Yuanta said with a smile and rubbed his fists. At this moment, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and released his mind. At the same time, the four skeletal puppets of the giant serpent race suddenly stopped in midair. Chi. On the four skeletal puppets, many figures sitting cross-legged opened their eyes and stood in unison, vigilant of their surroundings. Swoosh, swoosh. Within the carriage, figures rushed out one after another. Du Xiaofu glanced around. The vast mountain range was desolate and uninhabited. Birds didn't come near, and there was no sound at all. Even the clouds in the sky were frozen. It was very strange. I didn't expect his perception to be so good. It seems that this kid has some ability. No wonder he dares to go on a rampage in the immeasurable sect. Chapter 14:67. Just as Du Xiaofu and the others rushed out, a faint and deep voice with some coldness resounded in the air. A figure appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by a vast aura that spread out in all directions. A person stood in the air. It was an old man in azure robes. He seemed cold, but his eyebrows were drooping, and the sides of his forehead bulged as if he had two horns. A demonic beast. Du Xiaofu stared at the old man in azure robes. The presence he gave off was not human, but a demonic beast. His presence had reached a terrifying level as well. So powerful. He's a peak expert. Following the appearance of this person, the expressions of Du Xiaoyao, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Savage Chongdiao, and the others suddenly changed. That formless aura caused their bodies to tremble. There's an expert trying to kill us. Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, and the mystic Serpent King all became stern. They were prepared to fight as hard as they could at any moment. It's a demonic beast. He seems to be one of the dragons, Du Xiaoqing frowned. She immediately became stern. She could sense the presence of the dragons, as well as the presence that made her beast soul tremble. The person who had come was definitely terrifyingly powerful. Kid, come with me so you don't have to suffer, said the old man. He stared at Du Xiaofu and said, You're so young, yet you're showing off far too much. You don't know that your strength isn't enough. Who are you? One of the dragons. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man, but his expression did not change much. There was even a slight smile on his face. However, at this moment, the smile on Du Xiaofu's face gave off a sinister feeling. Du Xiaofu was naturally unable to feel happy towards those who dared to intercept him halfway. Your senses are pretty good. Your soul seems very powerful. I am indeed related to the dragons. The old man stared at Du Xiaofu, then glanced at Du Xiaoyao and the others. His eyes were cold and arrogant. He said, Don't talk nonsense. Come with me. No one can escape. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Central Plains just because you have two old bastards with you. They were able to defeat a guy from Shindu Gate who had just broken through to the Great Domain. The Central Plains is much deeper than you think. Are those two guys hiding in the carriage? Why don't they dare come out? I'd like to see them. The green-robed old man looked around. He seemed to have received news that a great domain expert from Shindu Gate had also been defeated in one move. However, he seemed to have a card up his sleeve and was looking for the two mysterious old men. That guy is indeed Shindu Gate. His name is Chioli. His original form is a horned dragon. He is only a little bit weaker than pure-blooded dragons. Thousands of years ago, he violated the rules of the dragon's clan. He was supposed to be crippled, but in the end he seemed to have used some connections to escape. However, he did not dare to return to the dragon's clan. Later, I heard that he went to the Central Plains and became a consecrator of the spirit Heaven Valley. Elder Jallo Ye's voice came out from the carriage. He sensed that someone was ambushing him. The aura of the newcomer was familiar. Elder Jallo Ye and Elder Jallo Yuantu did not come out of the carriage because they were afraid of scaring away the ambushers. People from the spirit Heaven Valley. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. Suddenly he was not surprised. It was normal for the spirit Heaven Valley to send experts to kill him. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth as he muttered softly, I originally thought that I wouldn't be able to attract anyone along the way, but I didn't expect one to come in the end. At least I didn't wait in vain. Who is hiding inside? Come out, or I won't be polite to you. At that moment, Qiu Li's expression changed greatly when he heard Elder Jallo Ye's words. He seemed to have heard the voice from the carriage before. Light shot out from the depths of his eyes like lightning. He wanted to know who was inside the carriage. Boom! At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out from Qiu Li's body. The aura filled the air with coldness. It was as if the surrounding area had frozen. Under this terrifying aura, everyone palpitated. Even Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, Ouying Shuang, and the others were trembling. Qiu Li, you're really arrogant. I've never seen you so arrogant in the Beast region. You ambushed us halfway. How shameless. You're getting worse and worse. Fifth Elder Jallo Yuantu's voice rang out. At the same time, two dazzling golden figures walked out from the carriage. The golden light fluctuated. It was domineering. Immediately, the pressure in the frozen space dissipated. The pressure on Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, Ouying Shuang, and the others dissipated by half. At this moment, two vast auras erupted from the two golden figures. They were like volcanoes. In an instant, they surged out in all directions. They were extremely domineering. They were mighty like supreme beings. Qiu Long, you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Who do you think you are? Are you courting death? The loud shout was like thunder. The domineering aura spread out and spread across the sky. It caused the surrounding space to freeze. Then, the two golden figures slowly appeared. They were fourth Elder Jallo Yi and fifth Elder Jallo Yuantu. The golden-winged Great Peng Clan. Qiu Li's expression changed drastically when he sensed the domineering aura. It was the aura of the golden-winged Great Peng Clan. He couldn't be wrong. However, when he saw Jallo Yuantu and Jallo Yi walk out of the carriage, Qiu Li's gloomy face instantly stiffened. Then it froze. In the end, shock surged out from his eyes. Jallo Yuantu, Jallo Yi, how could it be you? Qiu Li could not help but exclaim as he looked at the two figures that he was once familiar with. There seemed to be a lingering fear in his eyes. His body could not help but start to tremble as fear spread out from his eyes. Since you're here, don't leave. How dare you touch the people of my clan? You're courting death. Jallo Yi and Jallo Yuantu appeared. Their eyes were filled with domineering anger. With a cold shout, two rays of golden energy suddenly burst out and pounced on Qiu Li like lightning. The eruption of power immediately froze the space. Let's retreat first. Du Xiaofu was calm and relaxed. With a smile in his eyes, he immediately urged the four skeletal puppets to retreat to avoid being affected. Not good, run. Qiu Li didn't hesitate and chose to escape. He knew that he had no chance of winning against Jallo Yi and Jallo Yuantu. Even if he faced one of them, he couldn't win. Qiu Li had heard that there might be experts by Du Xiaofu's side. That was why he dared to make a ruckus at the mysterious underworld sect and Shindu Gate. That expert had even defeated an expert from Shindu Gate who had just broken through to the great domain in one move. His strength was not to be underestimated. However, Qiu Li wasn't afraid. He was a dragon's and had the bloodline of dragons. He was naturally arrogant. As a consecrator of the Spirit Sky Valley, he wanted to capture Du Xiaofu. As for the two experts by Du Xiaofu's side, Qiu Li felt that he could deal with them. His cultivation had reached the peak of the great domain and was only a step away from the domain realm. Even if he faced a true domain realm expert, he could definitely catch him off guard and capture Du Xiaofu and escape safely. However, Qiu Li didn't know that he would encounter Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuantu. If he had known that Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuantu were by Du Xiaofu's side, Qiu Li would have advised the Spirit Sky Valley not to take action. He wouldn't have dared to intercept them halfway. However, Qiu Li wanted to escape at this moment. He turned around and fled without any hesitation. However, how could Qiu Li's speed be faster than Jialo Yuantu and Jialo Yi of the golden-winged Great Pungbird clan, who were known for their speed? It was too late. Elder Jialo Yi, in particular, was as fast as a golden bolt of lightning that pierced through space and arrived in front of Qiu Li in an instant. "Get back!" Elder Jialo Yi shouted. He waved his hand and dazzling golden runes flashed out. It was as if a golden-winged great pung bird flapped its wings and attacked. This was the Fuyao heaven-shaking wings. It broke through the air domineeringly and shone brilliantly as it slapped towards Qiu Li. This terrifying slap caused the blood in the retreating Yi Piaoling, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Mysterious King Dragon, Wild Gujiao, and the others to freeze. Their hearts and beast souls palpitated, and they couldn't help but tremble. Everyone felt fear for no reason. This was the first time they saw Elder Jialo Yi attack. "Jialo Yi, you're already a realm, domain." Qiu Li seemed to have suddenly discovered the thing that scared him the most. His body trembled, his beast soul palpitated, and his voice was also trembling. He couldn't dodge at all. In his fear and shock, Qiu Li could only brace himself and attack with all his might. A claw mark rose up like a dragon claw, accompanied by dark clouds. Chila! The dark clouds and the radiance of the dragon claw formed a sharp contrast. A dragon's roar could be heard from the claw mark, and the dragon's might surged. Pucci! The two instantly collided, but in the end, Qiu Li's claw mark was directly shattered by Elder Jialo Yi. His body also fell from the sky and was slapped into the ground in one move. Want to escape into the ground? Unfortunately, you're not good at it. This isn't the 4 Seas. You can't escape. Get out here. Elder Jialo Yuantu suddenly shouted. He seemed to have discovered that Qiu Li was smashed into the ground and wanted to escape into the ground. However, Jialo Yuantu was prepared for this. He waved his hand and punched out with a golden light, which represented a terrifying pressure. That punch directly smashed down on a huge mountain peak below. The golden light was boundless, illuminating the entire sky. Rumble! The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The earth trembled, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Huge rocks were sent flying. The aftermath of the terrifying power even cracked the void. Under one punch, everything within 1,000 miles was turned into ruins. It collapsed into a land of death. Everything was destroyed. It was terrifying. Yi Piaoling, Mysterious King Dragon, and the others who were watching this scene from afar felt their ears rumble. Their beast souls were shaken by the thunder. Chapter 1468. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as a huge horned dragon rushed out from the cracks in the ground. The horns on its forehead were covered in talisman patterns, and it was over 1,000 zhang in size. The horned dragon stretched across the sky. This was a real dragon, and it was much larger and more ferocious than the 4 snake skeletons. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. At this moment, the scales on Qiu Li's body were shattered, and he was dripping with blood. It seemed that he had been injured the moment he came into contact with Elder Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuantu. However, although this horned dragon wasn't a pure-blooded dragon, it was still a real dragon. It was the true form of a horned dragon, and its body was also abnormally strong. It hadn't been seriously injured yet. Jialo Yi, Jialo Yuantu, Don't go too far. Chiu Li's true form spoke. His dragon scales glowed brightly, and his voice was like a tidal wave. The dragon's might filled the sky, intending to shatter the void and spread for thousands of li, directly surging the surrounding space. This scene was very frightening. Watching from afar, the Black Dragon King, Stone Turtle King, and the others trembled in fear. That horned dragon was so terrifying that it affected this part of the world. So what if I bullied you? Do you want to attract attention? Unfortunately, this space has already been sealed by me. You can't escape, and you can't even spread the news. Elder Jallo Yi roared. His entire body shone with golden light, instantly filling the sky and turning the entire space into a golden sea. Talisman runes condensed into the phantom of a golden-winged rock. It flapped its wings and struck the sky, its claws splitting the stars. What a powerful aura! Under such a domineering aura, the Black Dragon King, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, and the others were all dazed. Their hearts palpitated, and they couldn't help but want to prostrate themselves under the supreme beast race aura of the golden-winged rock. Even they, who had obtained the ancient inheritance, were trembling in fear. Elder Jallo Ye's strength was too strong, surpassing that horned dragon that was already terrifying enough. Rock's chaos shattering claw. Elder Jallo Yi shouted, waving his hand and grabbing at the air. He didn't need to activate his true form at all, and the claw print directly shattered the void. Chiu Li's eyes were filled with fear. He wanted to block it, but he couldn't. Elder Jallo Ye's claw and large patches of dragon scales were shattered. Behave yourself. Although Elder Jallo Yuentu's aura was slightly inferior to Elder Jallo Ye's, it was much more domineering than Chiu Li's. Elder Jallo Yuentu soared into the sky. His entire body was wrapped in a dazzling golden light. He was like a blazing sun that constantly emitted mysterious runes. It was as if an overlord had descended to the world and sat on Chiu Li's body. Ayo! No matter how Chiu Li's main body struggled and executed his divine arts, he couldn't shake off Elder Jallo Yuentu. Suppress! Elder Jallo Yuentu shouted and activated his divine ability. Golden light erupted and his aura was vast, suppressing Chiu Li as if he was suppressing the world. Then, punch after punch landed on Chiu Li's neck and head. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch landed on the dragon's flesh, shattering its scales. Ayo! Chiu Li screamed, but he couldn't break free from Elder Jallo Yuentu and Elder Jallo Ye's suppression. Chiu Li's body was very strong, but at this moment it was being crushed. His dragon scales were also cracking as he screamed in agony. Goo goo! The sound of people sucking in cold air and swallowing their saliva rose and fell. At this moment, Du Shaoqing, Mysterious Dragon King, and the others were all stunned as they looked at the shocking scene in front of them. Only Du Xiaoyao and a few others knew Elder Jallo Ye's identity. Even Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, and the others didn't know. At this moment, Ouyang Shuang and the others finally knew how terrifying the two mysterious elders who didn't put the immeasurable sect in their eyes were. No wonder they didn't put the immeasurable sect in their eyes all the way. Too terrifying. Chang Guiyu, Murua Bai, Duan Feiyu, and the others clicked their tongues. They were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Those two mysterious elders were too terrifying. They emitted a kind of supreme, overbearing aura. The golden-winged, Great Peng Bird Clan. They should be experts from the golden-winged, Great Peng Bird Clan. Yi Pialing was also very shocked. He vaguely knew the origins of those two mysterious elders. His body was engraved with the beast energy of the golden-winged, Great Peng Bird, so he could feel it most clearly. So powerful, Phantom said, her eyes glowing with blood-red light. That supreme power of the purest yang seemed to be her nemesis. Bang, bang, bang. Deep sonic booms resounded. The muffled sound was like thunder, accompanied by dragon roars and screams. It was earth-shattering, as if it was going to shatter the void. However, That space seemed to have been sealed. It seemed to have destroyed everything, but the space below wasn't affected much. Motherfucker! How dare they ambush us with such little strength? They're courting death. Not long after, the dazzling golden light in front of them disappeared. Then they saw Elder Jello Yuan-tu crossing the space with a horned dragon in his hand. At this moment, the horned dragon was drenched in blood. Its dragon scales were shattered, and it was a tragic sight. It was also tightly sealed by a seal. Chiu Li's eyes were filled with fear and shock. It seemed that he still couldn't figure out how he had met Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuan-tu, the two terrifying lords. Xiaofu, I'll give this guy to you. You have to be careful. I don't know why you're keeping him. Just kill him to avoid future troubles. It's not bad to eat meat. Elder Jialo Yuan-tu threw Chiu Li's suppressed body to Du Xiaofu, reminding Du Xiaofu to be careful. The horned dragon was already at the pinnacle of the great domain. He couldn't afford to be careless. Du Xiaofu had already informed Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuan-tu via voice transmission. They should try to capture him alive and find out more information. Therefore, Jialo Yuan-tu and Jialo Yi had to spend some effort to capture Chiu Li alive and suppress his body. If Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuan-tu had wanted to kill Chiu Li directly, it would have been much faster. They wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. He can't run away. Du Xiaofu smiled and lifted Chiu Li, who had been sealed by a restriction, into his hand. Xiaofu, is this meat enough? If it's not enough, I'll cut some more from that reckless thing. Elder Jialo Yi hurried to Du Xiaofu's side, carrying 2 large chunks of scale-covered dragon meat. They were still dripping with blood. He smiled at Du Xiaofu as if he were presenting a treasure. Ever since he had eaten the meat of the golden-scaled ancient lion in Tianhuang mainland, Elder Jialo Yi had been immersed in it and had been trying to find a suitable meat to feast on. This time, he finally found a suitable one. It's definitely not enough to eat, but it's enough for a sumptuous meal. However, this is dragon blood. Don't waste it. Du Xiaofu looked at the dragon meat in Elder Jialo Yi's hand and felt sorry for the dragon blood. He immediately ran over and caught it in a jade bottle. Even a small drop of this level of horned dragon blood was priceless. At this moment, Chiu Li, who was kicked by Du Xiaofu, was on the verge of breaking down. It turned out that Jialo Yi had deliberately grabbed so much meat from his body just to eat it. It's enough for a sumptuous meal. If it's not enough, I'll cut some more. Elder Jialo Yuan-tu chuckled at the side and glanced at Chiu Li. Let's leave first. Although I've sealed this place, it's hard to guarantee that some experts will be alerted. We don't want some news to leak. Elder Jialo Yi said. He wasn't afraid of attracting experts. He was absolutely not afraid of anyone in the entire Middle Continent. However, Elder Jialo Yi knew that Du Xiaofu wanted to deal with the Great Luin sect. If their identities were spread, it would alert the enemy and cause great waves. Du Xiaofu nodded. Since they were already in the desolate country, they put away the 4 skeletal puppets and the carriage. Their figures immediately disappeared into the sky. At dusk, the sun was setting in the west. In a valley, smoke rose in spirals, and the aroma of meat filled the air. Delicious, really delicious. Elder Jialo Yi and Elder Jialo Yuan-tu took big bites of the meat. The fragrance lingered in their teeth and cheeks. They didn't have the demeanor of the peerless experts they had during the day. Delicious, it's really delicious. Yi Pialing, the silver-winged demonic condor, the golden python, Muruabai, and the mysterious dragon king were all salivating. It was their first time eating dragon meat. They were all excited. The meat is not bad, but it's not as tender as the dragon 9 I had on the Tianhuang continent. The meat is too tough. Sister Shuang, Sister Zijin, you missed it last time. The dragon 9's meat is much better. Du Xiaoqing was a little disgusted as she ate. She told Ouying Shuang, Yi Zijin, and the others that the dragon 9's meat was much better. Yes, the dragon 9's meat is better than this. The little tiger nodded. Her mouth was oily. She also missed the Dragon Nine's meat. Light flickered in the depths of her pitch-black eyes. She missed the person who accompanied her to eat barbecued meat and dragon bone soup. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll catch a pure-blooded dragon to eat. The meat is indeed a little tough, but it's not bad. I can make do with it. After Du Xiaoyao finished eating, she wiped her mouth with her sleeve. She wanted to eat more, but there was nothing left on the barbecue table. With so many people sharing, everyone had a share. Although the 2 pieces of horned dragon meat weren't small, each person only had 1 or 2 kilograms. It wasn't enough at all. At this moment, Qiuli, who was thrown to the side by Du Xiaofu, had a look of anger and despair in his eyes. A large group of people was actually barbecuing his meat in front of him. In the end, they were all drooling as they wolfed down the meat. That feeling made Qiu Li feel an indescribable pain. What made Qiu Li feel the most pain was that the alluring aroma of the meat assailed his nostrils. Looking at everyone eating with their saliva splattering everywhere, he actually had an appetite for his own meat. He really wanted to taste that alluring taste. This made him really want to break down. Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuan to a side. This bunch of little guys were not only eating his meat, but also commenting that his meat was too tough and not tasty. They didn't take him seriously at all. If it were any other time, he would have killed these little bastards with a wave of his hand. But now he was a prisoner.